All right, we are getting ready for 1-3 action tonight here at the Texas Card House, RGV. So let's go around the table real quick, see who's sitting where, what type of snacks they bought in for. Seat number 1, we have Villain. It is a $300 minimum buy-in, and he is in for 500. Seat 2, we have Pedro. He's in for 320. Seat 3, Newbie, in for 300. Riverette, in for 300. We have, let's see what that name is. I saw Jackpot, Mr. Jackpot, 566, largest stack at the table. Edson in for 300. Leo Z in for 400. Nuno in for 331. And El Gallo, Friday night's big winner, he's in for 400 as we are getting ready for 1-3 no limit Texas Hold'em. Starting off with a straddle. Newbie put in 6 under the gun. Action's going to be on seat 4. That's going to be River Rat with the quick fold. Action folded around to Edson. And Edson will make the $6 call. So somebody's cards did not scan properly, so the dealer will pause the action real quick and get everybody to rescan. And looks like they are rescanned. And Edson with the 10-7 of hearts. The Villain, first hand, just gonna flat. And Pedro with the ace-king should be putting in a raise here. It is the first hand, so the sizing's always a little awkward. It looks like he's going to size it up. It's going to be 33. Larry Bird. Oh, Newbie defending his straddle with the Jack 4, also known as the flat tire, because that's what you use a Jack for. Edson going to be calling in position here. Like I said, the first hand, when you raise, the sizing's always a little bit weird. You don't know to size it big or to size it small. Normally myself, I do like to size larger early on just to see exactly how much the table is going to call, because ideally you want to go heads up to a flop, but we can see we're going 4 ways to a flop here. Hand number 1, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Here comes the flop, and the ace coming right on the flop. So $132. Pedro with top pair, top kicker, and he's going to announce a bet. So Newbie making the fold, and it's going to be $77. And nobody going to be able to call that. So Pedro flashing the ace. And thank you for joining us tonight. Stream was scheduled to start at 6 p.m. Central Time, Texas time. These players started playing at 6:05. And then, of course, we're on the 15-minute delay. So when we started streaming, it was 6:20. So a lot of action for Texas Card House tonight here in South Texas and in Austin. TCH Social, they're also having a big meetup game right now. Of course, that's on our main channel. You can probably check that out later. The main channel being TCH Live. We are streaming on Texas Card House. Mr. Jackpot with the 2 red 3s. El Gallo taking it up to 15 with the ace jack. Villain calling on his button. Newbie calling with the better king. And we're going 4 ways to a flop. So second flop, second time we're going 4 ways. Last time there was an ace on the flop. Let's see what happens this time as the dealer will burn 1 and turn 3. It's all clubs. El Gallo with the ace of clubs. Newbie might get in trouble. He has the king of clubs. El Gallo is your pre-flop raiser. No reason to stop here with the ace of clubs. And he is indeed going to put out a continuation bet of a quarter. Newbie calling with his king of clubs. I do not blame him, but we could see He only has 3 outs. Does not want to see a club. 10 for fun? Nope. Action is on Yubi. And now it looks like he's going to lead. About half pot size bet, 111 in the pot. Looks like he's betting 50. I believe they punched in the graphic as all in. Oh, no, he went all in? No, okay. Yeah, so he did bet 50 on the turn. And then El Gallo moved all in. So when they initially punched in the graphics, they punched in Newbie going all in, but it was a $50 bet. And essentially, as soon as he bet $50, El Gallo moved all in. So he is going to take down the pot. El Gallo, the big winner on Friday night. On Friday night, we do stream on the main channel, TCH Live. Tonight, we are streaming in the secondary channel. And if you could do me a favor, I know there's about 50 watching right now. There is a lot of people not subscribed to this channel. The main channel, TCH Live, has about 55,000 people subscribed to the channel. And this channel has just over 2,000. So real big difference in the two channels. So you're probably subscribed to TCH Live and you're probably not subscribed to this channel. So make sure you take care of that. It really helps out with the algorithm. Edson under the gun. Going to be folding. Leo coming in for 20. Leo with the pocket fours. El Gallo just making the call with the suited ace. And Villain going to be calling with the better ace. And now Pedro going to be calling with the suited king. Looks like we're going to be going at least 4 ways, no 5 ways to the flop. So multi-ways, Texas heads up is the joke. So we got 5 players, $109 in. Best hand right now is the tiny pocket fours. And he still has the best hand. Nobody with a queen, nobody with a 5. So somehow the pocket fours still out in front. But he is going to check, and it looks like it's going to check around. And now he turns an open ender. Still has the best hand somehow, 5 ways with fours. Nobody hitting a pair. It is hard to make a pair and hold them. And now Leo's going to take the initiative here. The delayed C bet, the delayed continuation bet, it is open-ended, so he is sizing it up a bit. El Gallo has the gut shot. Going to be folding. The Villain makes the call. And he's going to be looking for a jack or a 4. Might represent the club if it comes, as he is holding the ace of clubs. And the Villain is going to get his straight. So he wasn't sure he had the best hand on the flop, but when everybody checked, oh, nice check from Leo here, as he knows. All right, here comes the check raise here. Very nice play by Leo, as he had 2 4s in his hand, so the chances of his opponent having a 4 was very small. The chances are his opponent missed some sort of draw and would bluff at it, and that's exactly what happened. And that's going to get Pedro out of his seat for some reason. But the Villain makes the quick fold. We do appreciate the no Hollywood, and he knows he was caught. And sometimes that happens in poker. So Leo with the big win, $629 pot, as we will see he is up $229. El Gallo up 101 Dalmatians. Pedro, the winner of the first hand with the ace-king. He's up. And Nuno in seat 8, he has not played a hand yet. So he bought him for $331. He's still at $331. Everybody else in the negative. The Villain, who just bluffed that last hand, has some ground to make up. Action is going to be on Edson. And he's going to be making the fold. Suited king under the gun. Leo just winning the last hand, looking to make it 2 in a row, taking it up to 15 with the queen 10 offsuit. And Yubi calling with 4 high. He does have the button. I don't know if that's why he's making this play. It's very hard to figure him out because he's actually told me before he doesn't know what he's doing. He's literally just pushing buttons and trying to figure out what works. And he's going to flop a pair, so he is actually in the lead right now. And he's going to put out a small bet, $60 in the pot. Bets just over a third. And River Rat not ready to let go of his ace. Will be making the call. You can see River Rat's outs on top. Needs an ace, needs a 9, and it's going to be an ocho. 8 of spades. And Yubi going to be betting again here. Really small bet, really giving River Rat a good price. So if River Rat called the 25 on the flop with ace high, now he's calling the 30 on the turn with ace high as well. An 8 can actually counterfeit Yubi. Oh, and River Rat's going to hit his 9. And now he's going to lead. And Yubi with only $87 left. So 4-5 missed. Ace 4, ace 5 missed. He's never going to put him on a 9. But he really doesn't want to call off his entire stack with bottom pair here and only a 4 kicker. So you can see he only has $87 left. And he's verifying how much he has left. It's still a manageable stack in 1-3. No need to panic. Although I do know, like a lot of players, they like to play deep and are not good at working the short stack. And he's just going to call it off and see the bad news. Oh, he actually went all in. It was like another $5, but he's going to see the 9 and not going to like the way he played that on the turn. Probably should have sized up to at least 40.
Held true to the name there. Held true to the name.
So Newbie will take care of the rebuy. And River Rat, living up to his name, hitting the 9 on the river. If the ace came on the river, I think that would have saved Newbie his chips, as it did complete the straight, the 4-5 straight, and obviously completed any sort of ace 4, ace 5 hand as well. So Newbie will get the rebuy taken care of, and we could see River Rat shooting up to the second biggest winner thus far, 5 hands in. Newbie down a buy-in, down $300. It is a minimum $300 buy-in on the stream table. This is a 1-3, no limit, Texas Hold'em game. On the main floor, the minimum buy-in is 100. However, on the stream table, it is 300. So Newbie rebuying for 400, and Leo Z putting on the straddle under the gun for 10. And making sure those cards from El Gallo scan properly. Looked like he grabbed the first one pretty quick. So Nuno still hasn't played a hand. I mean, granted, we've only seen 5 hands. The villain seems like he's played every hand. Pedro not in his seat. Looks like he had 10s there. River Rat just winning the last hand. We'll take a break this hand. Mr. Jackpot also with the 9-8. So Leo Z in real good shape right now. Over 55% equity against 2 players. And it's going to come ace, ace 7. Looks like it's going to go check around here. Ace coming on the turn. pretty much the first player who bets at the spot's going to win.
I haven't looked at my phone. I can't look at my phone. So.
And 10 high is going to win this pot. I think it's going to go check all the way down. No, the villain is going to bluff it. Oh, really tiny bet here. And everybody folded. So the good old post oak bluff there where you bet small with the little Jedi mind trick. And his opponents really didn't have anything to call him with. Nobody could even look it up with a king high or queen high. You can see this hand taking place at 6:19, the tablet right there in front of the dealer. 6:19 is when this happened. So 15 minutes ago. As I said, we were on a 15-minute delay. All right, looks like Nuno has a playable hand. He is under the gun, sporting the Diamondbacks hat tonight. Of course, the World Series getting ready to start. The two teams that everybody hates and love are in the World Series. The Yankees and the Dodgers. And we're going 5 ways to a flop here. Best hand again, the pocket fours. And it's going to come all hearts. Leo Z with the 8 high flush. He will check it. Villain with a pretty big hand here. Top pair with the nut flush draw. Going to bet about half pot, $50. Leo actually has a straight flush draw with the 6 of hearts. Might just choose to call, but it looks like he's going to raise. And like I said, Villain has a strong hand. He says all in. Leo snap calls him. And the Villain's going to need help. All right, let's pair the board to give Villain some more outs, because that's always fun. So the Villain going to need some running cards for a full house. We're going to need any other heart besides the 6 of hearts. I believe they are running it once. So just confirming, yes. All right. Villain needing a heart. And Villain is not going to get that heart.
Hey, when it was put in, I thought, oh, shit, there's nothing. I know.
So Leo was the big winner before this spot occurred, and now he's going to add to his stack. Came in for $400, has almost 1,000. 6 hands into tonight's stream. We are live on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on a lot of different platforms. Streaming, of course, on YouTube, the secondary channel. Streaming on Facebook, streaming on Twitch. And there's a couple of others out there.
Let me make sure on that one.
So nice hand for Leo, flopping the flush with the redraw to the straight flush.
Yes, exactly.
And it looks like Villain's going to rebuy.
Barrows, table 9. What Alexis?
So Villain joining us tonight from Zapata, Texas. Basically between here and Laredo is the city / county of Zapata. So the Villain and his friend, Alejandro. Alex is playing on one of the outer tables. And Villain playing on the stream tonight, representing Zapata.
The first game starts on Sunday, I think. That's the first one they're gonna run, and then Monday night you have a square. That same square.
Real big lake in that
I
area.
don't know if it's gonna be the same number,
Falcon
though.
Lake.
I don't know if they're gonna redraw for numbers every night, or you're gonna stay with that same number.
Which is part of the Falcon Dam.
Probably the smartest thing to do.
Straddles the U.S.
Because that guy was 0-7.
Mexico border.
He's gonna want to be here. The guy that was 0-3, he's gonna want to be here. And he's not gonna get anybody else involved in the game.
Just do a random like shuffle, like a redraw, right?
Yeah. They should do a
That
random.
would work better because you get more people to show up.
Yeah. You get more people to show up. I'm hoping it's like that, bro. I'm sure they're smart here.
That makes it more important.
All right, Leo putting on the 3-bet with the ace king.
You know what I'm saying? Porque el Sunday como que se hace. El Sunday como que se hace.
So Villain calling with the threes. He has the best hand right now, but has a lot of cards to avoid. Leo definitely going to be applying pressure on the flop no matter what the flop comes.
Start off with 3, so he's got.
So the Villain with just over a pot-sized bet. You can see there's 185 in the pot. He has 220. Oh, and Leo's going to hit the king. And going to put out a tiny bet. Villain does not like it. Pretty much it was a set or no bet for him. And that's also a very bad board for him because even if his opponent has ace-queen, there's a lot of counterfeit outs where a king could come on the turn and it would counterfeit his small pocket pair. So Villain does have the highest VPIP in at over 86% of the time. Leo in about 2/3 of the time at 67%. And it looks like we're going to have a $10 button straddle.
You don't want to touch my chip
So-
when you win them from me. You're like, no, here, have your chip back. Oh, it don't work like
So looks like Nuno is not at the table, and right as I say that, now you see me.
Like when they're coming, when I'm scooping them.
Queen Jack offsuit for Nuno. He is in for $1, so he will call the extra 9. El Gallo with the ace. Villain with the suited queen. He's been very involved early on. The highest VPIP, over 85%. Looking to catch lightning in a bottle early on here. And Leo Z is going to check his option as we go 7 ways to a flop.
6 players to a flop.
Okay, actually 6 players. I thought it was 7. Jack high flop coming 2 spades. Yeah, it is 6 ways. And Nuno going to lead right out. He did hit the top pair. Leo Z hit a middle pair. He should be calling at least 1 bet. Villain hitting bottom pair. There is 2 spades out there though. And there's also a straight draw out there. As I said, Leo should be calling at least 1 bet here. He does just that, as he does not want to hit a queen. 6 coming on the turn. Pretty much a blank there. Really doesn't complete a straight, a flush, anything. Making 2 pair with the 5-6. So Leo was the straddle, so his range, he can really have any 2 cards here. He straddled blind for 10. Everybody just called. So Nuno really can't put him on that good of a hand, but at the same time, Nuno does have top pair. And Leo going to be making the call here. Leo does have the queen of spades. So that does block a lot of straights, a lot of flushes. Oh, and Leo's going to get in trouble here. Nuno has 218 left, 234 in the stack. He's probably going to get a double up. He's either going to check raise or he's going to bet, and Leo's going to raise. Very big pause here for Nuno. So let's see if Leo picks up on this time and tell. So if you notice on the flop on the turn, Nuno bet really quick. And Leo just calls. So even though Leo lost that hand, it was actually, he knew something was up when Nuno took that long to bet. So he just called, he didn't raise. He made 2 pair on the river, does not raise. He knew that Nuno hit that queen. He wasn't sure exactly how.
That's gonna happen. You're on 4.
He knew the queen helped Nuno's hand, and he just called there.
Some bluffs.
So I'm thinking if Nuno just bets on the river right away, then Leo probably raises him with the 2 pair. But Leo, thinking something was up when Nuno took a long time to bet that $100 on the river, and really figured at that point his hand was just a bluff catcher. Doesn't matter the strength of your hand, sometimes it is just the bluff catcher, and Leo knew that was the case there. River Rat limping in with the suited king. Mr. Jackpot gonna take a break. And Edson making it 18 with the 7s. The walking sticks, as Mike Sexton used to call them. And Leo calling in position with the 9-6 from the cutoff. And River Rat getting priced in as we are going 3 ways to a flop. Still have not seen a heads-up flop tonight, and it's going to come a paired board, Queen, Queen, 5. So $58 in the pot. Edson putting out the continuation bet, and it's a decent size. It looks like 35. And Leo going to be making the quick fold, as does River Rat. So give the win to Edson. And Mr. Jackpot back in his seat. So he actually let the staff pick out his name. These players can choose whatever name they want. Take, for example, Villain. Obviously, that is not his real name. Although, I guess that would be kind of a cool name if that was your real name. Pedro, that's his real name. C3 newbie, obviously that's not his real name. That's just how he plays the game, like a newbie. C4 River Rat. So these players get to choose their own name, and pretty much we let them use whichever name as long as it's not derogatory or anything. So the production crew, before the game starts, will ask the players what name they would like to go by. Sometimes the players say their real name, sometimes they say a nickname. And Seat 5 basically told the staff, well, you get to pick what my name is. Call me whatever you want, he said. $10 high flop, Villain hitting top pair, $90 in the pot. Looks like he's gonna lead out to 35, so just over a third of the pot. Open-ended straight draw for Pedro. Gonna at least be calling here, might be raising. Keep in mind he does have a lot of players left to act behind him, and because of that he's gonna proceed with caution and just make the call. El Gallo needs a 9 for a straight. Does have the overcard for the jack. Backdoor flush draw with the clubs. And he does have position. So it looks like he will call in position here. So 195 in the middle. Villain with less than a pot size bet. So pretty much if the turn is a blank, Villain should be moving all in here if the turn is a blank. And that is not a blank. Not only does that complete the flush, that completes the straight as well. And the villain knows he's beat. He's going to check. Pedro going to put out a stack of red there. That should be 100. Pretty tricky card here as El Gallo does pick up top pair. But the flush draw did get there. He still has his straight draw to go along with the jack. He can only chop the pot here. Shoney has 5%, but it's 5% to chop the pot. You can see the 3 outs, which would be the 9s on top there. Oh, and he's going to hit a 9, so we're going to have a chopped pot. So flush draw is there. A bigger straight is there as well. And Pedro is going to check. And El Gallo actually wants to get called here. Just betting $100, thinking his opponent has 2 pair. Pedro going to be making... So they both have the same straight. Pedro seeing that he got rivered, tossing over his hand angrily. Once again, we are live on the YouTube chat, so let us know where you are watching from tonight. Let us know where you are watching from home, from work. So they will chop up the pot, and we will remind you while they chop up the pot. We will remind you about the football squares. So this is the promo for the month of October, football squares. Full house or better, you get a football square for the Sunday night game. And the prize pool for the Sunday night game is $1,000 with rollovers. Pays out $250 every quarter. A player must show down a full house or better to receive a football square. Must be present to win on the Sunday night game. So Logan saying he can't stand chop pots.
I put you on a flush. You checked this out. I was calling. I had outs. I had a jack.
No, yeah, no.
And I thought maybe you had maybe a 10 with an ace of diamonds or something.
No, the only reason I checked is because I had the second best hand, bro. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just check it. Whatever he bets, if he goes on him, I guess I lose him my straight. Fuck it.
All right, no straddle this hand. Action on the river rat. Computer hand into the muck real quick.
But I should have went on.
Mr. Jackpot making the fold.
Like even if my diamond in the river, I was already set to call. I was already pocket minute.
Pedro with the king queen. Looks like he's going to raise it up to 31. And Yubi with the ace jack making the call. Edson with the king 10. Pedro has him dominated. And Villain folding his 9-3 of diamonds. It was only $3 for him to call on the button, so kind of understand why he called. He did have the power of the button. Did have some suited cards, so he said, well, why not call the $3? Play this hand in position, but then Pedro raising it with the king queen. And it's going to go check around on the flop. 7 coming on the turn, so pretty much the first one who bets at this pot is going to win. And it looks like Newbie is going to take the initiative here. Nobody with really anything to call with. And Newbie is going to represent here. And it's going to work. So raise first in stat, we are just 12 hands in, really don't pay attention to these statistics that much until we play at least 20 hands.
Ah, está bien.
$6 button straddle. Mr. Jackpot really hasn't caught any hands. Gonna put out the straddle here. Oh, and Edson under the gun with the aces. Does he just limp is the question. Oh, he's gonna limp. Set in the trap. And Leo's gonna fall into it immediately with the 7-5 offsuit. Oh, ace queen for villain. So Leo's gonna be able to get away from his hand pretty easy, pretty quick. Not sure about the villain. Let's see what type of sizing Edson puts in the back race here. Limping under the gun. He was on the straddle. And there was a $6 straddle. Oh, River Rat even calling. So maybe 100 straight. Oh, he just calls? He's just calling with aces here? So his hand is super disguised, but he is going multi-way out of position. And it's going to come 8-8-3. That's actually a really good flop for his hand. Nobody has an 8, though. Leo Z was the initial raiser, but it looks like Edson going to put out a tiny bet here. Going River Rat. We saw him do this earlier, get sticky with high cards. He's getting sticky again, but this time it's going to get him in trouble if he hits a king or a jack. $141 in the pot. Edson going to continue on here.
Oh, yeah, but I provide all that.
Looks like 40. Dealer says it's 50.
No, we don't do install service. We provide to others.
And River Rat thinking he can hit a river again, but he is drawn dead. D-E-D, dead.
Tens of thousands of dollars.
And he's finally going to let it go.
Circulating shit.
So Edson getting real sneaky with the aces there. Does not get the aces cracked. Wins a pot of almost $200.
We have, I work for Gospel Supply. It's a nationwide company, but they're all regional franchises. So in my area, we have 7 branches.
Jack 8 of clubs for Edson. Just had the aces last hand. Limped with them and is going to limp with the Jack 8 suited here. Leo raising with 7-5 offsuit last time. Now raises with Queen 9 offsuit. Looks like Newbie makes the call. Second time we've seen Newbie call with a non-premium hand, but he is calling on the button. So really trying to play the position. And it's going to come 10 high, 2 diamonds. So both River Rat and Leo flopping middle pair. And Leo going to put out the continuation bet of just over half pot. 45 into 75. River Rat does have the best hand right now. And he's going to be cutting out a call. Open-ended for Edson. So he should also be calling here. There are 2 diamonds on the board, which might scare him off, and that actually does scare him off, as he felt like his 7 or queen might not be good if it's a diamond. And it's going to come a king, so 2 pairs for River Rat, and now River Rat is going to lead And that might kill the action here. Leo does pick up a straight draw, needs a jack for a straight. So he's going to make the call.
We're the contract.
And deuce of hearts, everything missing. And Riverette announcing all in. And Leo making the pretty quick fold. So we are streaming tonight from the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, one of 6 Texas Card House locations across the state of Texas, one of 4 streaming,
We have a $10
one of 4 streaming locations. We do have a $10 under the gun straddle from Leo Z. Action's going to be on Nuno. I think he's watching the basketball game. Yes, the NBA season has started. The tip-off, I believe, was last night, and basically the teams that didn't play last night are playing tonight. Of course, the big marquee game tonight is the Clippers game. Not necessarily because it's going to be a good game, but it is the first game in their brand new arena.
players to the flop.
Paired board, and everybody's going to check. Everybody checks again. So queen high is the best hand. Oh wait, somebody had ace high. I apologize. So ace high just went in there. Yeah, Pedro with the ace high. As I said, the NBA basketball season has started. I know the big game last night was the Lakers game. LeBron James getting to play with his son.
Hey, Willie, let me know what you, for the second half. Let me know.
And then tonight's big game also from LA.
No, I don't want to do it live. I'll do a second
They
half.
used to share the same arena, the Clippers and the Lakers.
Watching the game. Let me know
And it's
what
funny because now the Clippers have their new arena where the Lakers' old arena was located, which is right by the Forum. And they're going to need to tell Edson about his phone. Phone cannot be on the table.
You wanted the rotation, right? You wanted the rotation to skip. Like,
So I'm guessing this gets fixed within the next 15 minutes. I will send them a message. And since we're on the 15-minute delay, we won't see it for another 15 minutes. Villain calling with the Jack 4. Like I said, he's been very active tonight. Hasn't worked out for him yet.
Maria.
Three players to the flop.
You be flopping a flush draw. And you are not allowed to be on your phone in the stream room, so Edson will step away.
Know this? Need you in here real quick.
And Leo making a play here. with the 10 high.
Heads up the turn.
So Leo check raising. Still just has 10 high.
100.
Newbie with a quick call. It's pretty much committed to this hand. Let's see if that changes on the river. Board pairing on the river. What's Leo gonna do? He has 10 high. He needs to empty the clip if he wants to win here. $400 in the pot. Newbie with 239. And Leo's thinking about setting them all in. And he's gonna pretty much put them all in here. So Leo playing. Yeah, it is a 150 bet. Newbie with just ace high. I don't think he can call here, but it is hard to outplay somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, and that's what Leo's trying to do here. He might have picked the right hand to do it with, as Newbie missed his flush draw. Leo thinks that he missed the draw. Oh, it looked like Newbie was calling there, but just shuffling his chips. And of course, since he's a newbie, he can only shuffle 2 chips in his hand. Is he call? Oh, he's calling with ace high.
2 calls. Sorry, 3 calls.
And I said it right before Leo made the play. It is hard to outplay somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. So newbie makes the call with ace high. The table is speechless.
I think you had that shit in you, bro. After, can I go to my phone? I gotta change my shit on that profile on that.
So the table pretty much in shock with the call. And to be honest with you, I mean, normally I would be shocked with the call too. But newbie makes some very unconventional plays. And I knew that. And as I said this earlier, a lot of times he's just pushing buttons, as they say. He's like, well, let's see what this does. Let's see what this does. So he pushed the call button on the river, and it wound up being the right call.
3 to play.
That might get newbie out of the hole. He is in for 700. He lost his initial buy-in of 300, rebuy-in for 400. It is hard to count his stack because he only stacks his chips in 75s, not hundreds. Everybody else at the table stacking their chips in hundreds. He's stacking the chips in 75, so his stacks are a little bit harder to count.
7 calls.
As Leo just losing that hand. And as I said, I'm pretty sure that Nuno is watching the basketball game, as it is pretty much opening night, or night number 2 of opening night for the NBA. That's right, basketball season has started. Two players with the ace-9. It is Leo Z hitting middle pair. Nuno with the ace of spades, looking for some running spades. And it's going to be trips for Leo. That's the good news. The bad news is nobody has the 10. And Nuno hitting a 9 on the river. Might call a bet here. No. It's just going to go check all the way around. So Leo going to win the $100 pot.
I would have, damn, and that's it.
Because you have no
So Leo is still pretty stunned that you called him.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you guys. Because for you to have the nuts, I wouldn't be calling any of that. I know, but like,
Looks like Leo gonna put out the straddle.
You re-raised the way on his bid of 45 bucks. Or 40 bucks. What was it? 45 or 40? And you re-raised it. It was 30, I made it 80. That's what I'm saying. That's what. That's what I'm like. I'm still kind of.
We have a set up by small blind big blind. We have a set up by the actually starts at small blind.
There's no way I can make this sound good. It's just
No. It was just a good call. Good read or whatever you're thinking in your head. Good.
Defensive play.
So action is on Nuno.
the guy last week that just wanted to go home.
Fold, one fold. Two raises it to 25. Three folds, 14. 5 calls, 6 folds, 7 calls. We got 3 players in the flop.
So 3 ways we will go to an ace high flop, 2 clubs. Pedro with the ace, Leo Z also with an ace. Looks like Pedro's gonna lead. Pretty big amount here, $80 in the pot. Bet an over half pot size. Open ender for Mr. Jackpot. He makes the call, and Leo coming along with top pair. So 3 ways to the flop, 3 ways to the turn, $220 in the middle. Stacks are starting to get shallow here compared to what's in the pot. Jack coming on the turn, so that's going to give Mr. Jackpot some outs, as now he can hit another jack. And Pedro picking up open-ended. As I said, stacks are getting a little shallow here. Pedro going to be betting 100. Oh, quick fold by Mr. Jackpot. And Leo not letting go of his ace just yet. He does have the ace of spades. Does have
Got it right there.
So Pedro has the better ace. Takes the swig of Dos Equis beer. He says, I don't always play poker, but when I do, I play at the Texas Card House. Stay thirsty, my friends. $10 button straddle from Nuno. Nuno's been kind of card dead tonight, to be honest with you. Normally, he is one of the players that has the higher VPIP, but as I said, he has been card dead. He has put it on the straddle, trying to get that VPIP up. And we saw earlier, he seems to be very interested in the basketball game.
My snack station.
So the Clippers are now playing where the Lakers used to play, the Showtime Lakers back in the 80s and part of the 90s. Showtime Lakers played in Inglewood, California. They played in the Forum. So this new arena that the Clippers built is actually right next to the Forum where the Lakers used to play. The Lakers now play, of course, at the Staples Center, which is downtown LA. Right next to this new Clipper Stadium is also the new football stadium. SoFi, where the Rams and Chargers play. And right next to SoFi Stadium is Hollywood Park, which is one of the card rooms they have in California. So Nuno defending his $10. Mr. Jackpot also has been pretty card dead, so it looks like he's taking the 52, the 5-2, and trying to make something with it, and he's going to make bottom pair. Leo making top pair, though. Looks like it's going to go check all the way around. Nuno checking if he has a spade. He does not, but he's going to bet anyways. $55 bet. Going to be hard for Mr. Jackpot's call with bottom pair and a player behind him. But keep in mind, he hasn't played a hand yet. So he's going to make the most of this hand. And we are going 3 ways to a turn of almost $300 in the pot. Nuno going to have to hit a jack. Cannot hit a 9, as the 9 will give Leo 2 pair. Oh, and 2 pair for Mr. Jackpot. And he is just going to go all in here. Quick fold from Leo, quick fold from Nuno, and Mr. Jackpot pretty much manifesting that hand. And it looks like we're going to have a dealer change pretty soon here, as we have Jeremiah currently dealing. These dealers do change out every hour. And looks like we have Ashley on deck. So as they change out the dealers, we will
Celebrate Texas Card House Dallas 4th anniversary. High hands from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. $1,000 drawings every hour from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. Buy 4 hours for $44.
As I said, we will remind you of tomorrow's event going on at Texas Card House Dallas in North Texas. They're celebrating their 4th anniversary. So we got Ashley in the box now. Of course, she goes by Ash Cash. $10 button straddle from El Gallo. So normally we get in between 80 to 100 hands, and pretty much on that pace right now, as it did change out less than an hour. They changed out, and looks like we saw 19 hands. So should get to the 80 mark. I'm going to put the over-under at 86. Over-under at 86 tonight. That's my guess, based upon this pace. So El Gallo's going to be folding his straddle. He said he folded because he's eating, and I believe him. Edson with the suited ace, making the call. Leo raising it up with the king 7 in position. And first hand of Ashley's down. Leo puts out the continuation bet to 45. Edson not going to be able to continue. So 20 hands in. Let's see the stat that pops up here. I'm going to say raise first in. No, it is who's winning, who's losing. Pedro up a buy-in so far. Newbie, who got stuck early, made a huge call with ace high and was right. That got him unstuck. So he's up 97. El Gallo up 93. Nuno is up 85, and Mr. Jackpot is up 34. Everybody else in the red, the reddest being the villain. So far tonight, it's the good guys in the green. Leo taking it up to 15 with the ace 5 and gets immediately 3 bets of 55 from Nuno. I do like this sizing. as if Leo makes the call, Nuno will have position on him. It looks like Leo is going to make the call.
Alexa, ¿qué onda?
Heads up we go. And it's going to come queen high. Leo with the quick check. Nuno checks behind. Jack coming on the turn. Let's see if Leo takes a stab at it. He does not. River coming. And Leo checking again. That is a 4 on the river. It is not a king. I know the graphics are showing a king. That is a 4 on the river, but either way, the king is good.
I don't want to get caught by ace high.
So it looks like Mr. Jackpot not in his hand, not in his seat. He will get dealt in, which is pretty standard.
Everybody doing okay, guys?
Even though this is a cash game, you do get posted if you miss your blinds. So on a normal cash game, you do not get posted, but on the stream you do. The players are aware of this. Nuno just calling the $10 straddle with the suited king. Gets immediately raised by El Gallo. Villain also with the suited queen. And Pedro with 10s. What does he do here? He's calling for sure, might raise. Probably should be raising here. And this is one of the reasons why you don't want to bring in more people. And newbie comes in with his suited ace. So we have all the suits covered. Diamonds, hearts, spades, and clubs. Pick your favorite suit. Let us know in the comment what that suit is. And it is coming rainbow. Open-ended straight draw for Villain. Middle pair for El Gallo. And top pair for Nuno, who is going to check. And it looks like everybody's going to check. So diamond on the turn. Board pair and heart on the turn. So now Nuno picks up a heart draw to go along with his top pair. And that's going to be enough for him to bet here. And that is greens on the bottom. So it is over a $100 bet. 105. El Gallo does have second pair, but also has another 2 players in this hand to worry about. So he's going to make the fold. Still an open-ended for Villain. It's showing he only has $86 left, so this is going to put him all in. And it looks like he's going to go with it. So Villain looking for an ace or a 9 that is not a heart. 4 of those cards are left. Ace or a 9 that is not a heart. And they are going once, one time. And it's going to be 3 pair for Nuno. Aces, 5s, and 4s. And yes, I realize that's not an actual hand. So aces and 5s with a jack kicker for Nuno. He will take the win. And let's see if the Villain's going to rebuy. And yes, he is. So they will get the rebuy counted out. They will take care of the rebuy.
To the year, the Poker Pro Bounty is here. Knock out one of these pros this Thursday through Saturday during the Trailblazer $1 million main event, and you get your membership and free time through December 31st. Wolfgang Poker on Thursday, Greg Raymer on Friday, Fireman Scott on Saturday. See TexasCardHouse.com for details.
That's going on right now at the newest Texas Card House location, TCH Social in Austin. And I can officially tell you, I have checked that one off my list. I have now visited every Texas Card House, and even the 2 previous Texas Card Houses in Austin. It looks like we're going to have a missed deal. So the original Texas Card House was or is in Austin, and yes, Matt was under the gun last time, so he's big blind this time. So it was a missed deal, and so the original Texas Card House was in Austin, or is in Austin, on the south side of Austin. The name of the road, Mancheca. That's the proper way of saying it. Of course, the Austinites say Manchac. So that was the original location, which I think that old location is now a different card room, if I'm not mistaken. So then they moved from the south side to the northwest side to pretty much the same area they are now. 183, Highway 183, known as Research Boulevard, and Anderson Mills. So before they were on one side of Anderson Mills, now they're on the other side of Anderson Mills, this new location, TCH Social, located right next to the Austin Aquarium, like right next door. It's at the very end of the plaza. So I had the opportunity to play there this past week, or last week, excuse me, as we have a 10 high flop, and it is Mr. Jackpot with the 7s still out in front. Edson with bottom pair, gonna be betting. Leo also calling in with bottom pair. Leo does have some backdoor flush draws, backdoor straight draws, and that's not one of them. So 7's still out in front, but he is gonna check. And Edson gonna put out another bet. Leo getting a good price, making the call. And Edson might get the best hand to fold here. So Leo gonna need some help. Needs a 6. And does not get a 6. So it's gonna be jacks and deuces with a queen kicker. And Edson's gonna fire every street here. It's funny because normally this is a nuts or nothing situation. And Leo thinks that he missed the straight draw as he's thinking about calling it off here with bottom pair. And he's kind of thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Normally this is a nuts or nothing situation. So pretty much normally he's either going to have a full house here or he's going to have a 4-5 or an ace-5, a missed draw. And his deuce is somehow going to win. And Leo's showing him he called him with the deuce. But normally if a player fires every street, normally it's nuts or nothing. And I think Leo was thinking the same thing I was thinking and called with bottom pair. And was out-kicked. Leo immediately puts on the straddle. So action's going to be on Nuno. Nuno with the 4 deuce. Should be throwing it away. El Gallo. Looks like he's done with his dinner. Pedro on the smoke break. Newbie with the ace jack. The apple jacks. The 8 jacks. And Leo defending his straddle with the 9-3. And Leo's going to hit a 3. When Yubi hits a jack. And Newbie puts out the continuation bet. Leo's probably going to be calling here. And does just that. So Leo has 1 out left. There's only 1 9 he can hit. And that almost looked like it. They just need to turn it around. Newbie going to continue here. How much is Leo? Leo has less than 200 in his stack. So Leo might be done with this hand now. No, Leo's still looking for the 9 of spades. Close. And it'll go check, check on the river. Newbie will show the ace jack. Yeah, and Leo's going to add on. So the reason why Leo called that turn bet, even though it would have taken him under 200, yeah, he was planning on adding on if he lost the hand. So Leo added on, as they will take care of that in the system, and we will see the raise first in. You can see Leo half the time. He has been the first one to raise. Action is on Nuno. Queen 7 of hearts, the computer hand, and it's suited. Looks like he's going to play it. El Gallo making the fold. Pedro back from his smoke break. Blackjack taking it up to 25. Newbie with the immediate call. And Mr. Jackpot with the King 9 tosses out the 1 green chip. Leo, who just added on, has 9-3 again and is determined to win with the 9-3 tonight as he makes the call. And we are going 5 ways to a flop. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. And it's going to come 10 high. So your initial raiser, Pedro, hit in top pair with the ace kicker. Also has the ace of diamonds. Should be putting out about 60. 60 is a good bet, Pedro. Let's see if you can hear me. 6-0. 6-0, senor. Oh, he's betting 107. 107.9 on your FM dial. So Pedro going with a big size in here. And this is going to clear everybody out. So Pedro perhaps getting a little greedy there, but he will show the ace 10. Drinks are flowing tonight. Everybody having a good time. I hope you're having a good time where you are tuning in tonight. And will we have a straddle this hand? El Gallo in seat 9 might put on the straddle, but Edson beats him to it. So it's going to be 10 to go. The action does start to the left of the straddle. So action is going to be on the small blind, Leo Z. And Leo Z going to be raising it up. Queen 8 offsuit takes it up to 35. KD tray 5. And his nemesis, Newbie's going to be calling him with the suited Jack 10. I've heard some people call Jack 10 suited Asian aces. Leo's actually ahead right now with the queen high. And Leo's going to stay ahead on the ace high flop. And he's going to stick with the aggression as well. And he will get the win. So all month we have the buy 5, get 1 hour for free. So 5 hours. It's $12 an hour, so that's going to be $60, but you do get an hour for free. So 6 hours for the price of 5, month of October here at the Texas Card House. Boop. 9-cent suited for Nuno, calling the straddle. 5 deuce of hearts for Villain. Oh, and Yubi with the same hand, back to back. Played it last time, was not successful. Gonna take it for a spin again. And looks like Leo gonna be putting on a small raise here with the 10-7 of hearts. He actually has the worst 10 here, as Nuno has the 10-9 and Yubi has the 10-jack. But pretty much everybody is priced in here, especially once Nuno calls. That just kind of opens the floodgates. We saw Mr. Jackpot kind of force it earlier with the 5 deuce offsuit, and it worked for him. And I think he's gonna force it again with the Chad Johnson here. He's making the call, and just like that, we have a $243 pot going 6 ways, as the action's going to be on Nuno with the 10-9 of spades, and it's going to come 2 hearts. Leo does have 2 hearts. Villain also with 2 hearts. Top pair for Mr. Jackpot, and Leo is betting pot. Puts out a $220 bet with the semi-bluff. Does have the flush draw, so this is a semi-bluff. And it looks like Villain putting him in a real bad spot. And he's just going to call. He's not going all in. He has $20 left behind. What does Mr. Jackpot do here with top pair? He has the best hand right now. Best hand by far. He is basically going to win this hand 2/3 of the time if he sticks in here. But it's going to be hard for him to call a pot-sized bet with a caller in between. That's the key. If this is heads up, he might be able to find a call. But since it is multi-ways, he's probably going to be letting it go here. He is confirming the bet amount. How much does Leo have behind 122? So he does have both players covered. And he's announced all in, and we got ourselves a $1,000 pot here. The best hand right now is 8-5 offsuit. 2 players on a flush draw. So the Villain is needing a lot of help here. He's gonna have to go runner, deuce, deuce, or runner, 4-6 for a straight. So let's see, what is a fun card? Let's see a 4 on the turn. Let's see a 4 of clubs on the turn. So 2% of the hand, as the cards lie right now, Villain will win 2%. He needs a 4, he needs a deuce to not be drawn dead. A 6 also works to not be drawn dead, but none of those cards can be a heart. It's a red card. And the river is another red card, but hearts miss. And this $1,000 pot, $1,100 pot to be exact, is going to go to Mr. Jackpot. And I think that might do it for Villain, as he is in for 3 buy-ins tonight. And Leo cannot believe that he missed all of his outs. So Mr. Jackpot really not catching any hands tonight, but pretty much having the 5 deuce earlier, making 2 pair with that, and calling with the 8-5 pre-flop, and making 2 pair with that. And looks like we do have a seat open. So seat 1, yes, the Villain is done. Seat 1 is open. So the dealer, Ash Cash, will let him know that we do have a seat available. So Leo is going to rebuy. I think he's just going to take a little breather, as he did miss a huge draw this previous hand and then got called with ace high earlier on a big river bet. And you could just see he's pretty much in shock right now. Ace Jack for Pedro. Going to be raising it up to 33. Larry Bird. The Hick from French Lick. It's actually the city he's from in Indiana. French Lick, Indiana. Pretty sure they have a casino in that town now as well. If they don't have a casino in French Lick, there's a casino like the next town over. All right, here's the VPIP. You can see Leo Z in at over 80%. Has been involved in a lot of hands. Things have not gone his way. We have Newbie in at over 50%. And then everybody else in the 30% range with the exception of El Gallo. And yes, there is a casino in French Lick, and it is called French Lick Casino. Kind of a disappointing name, but it does make sense. And it looks like we have somebody take in seat 1. And it was a player that was in seat 1 on Friday night. That's going to be Ruben. So Ruben in seat 1. As I said, Leo is coming back, but he's just taking a break. And looks like Mr. Jackpot not in his seat right now.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody spend it like sandwich.
You'll see, like when I had bosses that they were gringos, they would spell it like that.
Queen 9 offsuit for Nuno. Into the muck. Ruben not going to play his first hand, buying in for the stream minimum. That's 300. It is a 1-3 game. The minimum on the stream table is 300. Minimum on the outer tables, just the normal tables, is 100. And it's going to come 2 aces on the flop. River Rat with an ace. And he's going to check it, trying to get a full house, trying to get a football square. Probably be checking again down to the river. Puts out $5. So he'll win the pot. Does not get the full house for the football square.
I never put him in a pair at hand, so that's kind of scary to bet against him because you might think you're good and he actually does have a fucking hand this time. You know, like,
You can see Mr. Jackpot, the big winner so far, winning that $1,100 pot. Of course, $400 of that was his money. Pedro up $400. Nuno up $278. Edson got tricky with the aces earlier, and it worked out in his favor. He's up 176. El Gallo, newbie. Ruben has not played a hand. So River Rat in the red. We also have Villain, who was in seat 1 earlier. He lost 3 buy-ins. So that's why the math does not add up. Normally, if all the players are still at the table, the math would add up. So Leo down 900. Like I said, he's taking a little breather, walking it off. Said he would be back. And somebody's cards did not scan properly, so the dealer will let him know to get it rescanned. It looks like Nuno opened the action with the Jack 9 offsuit. Picked up a call from Pedro, picked up a call from Newbie, and Mr. Jackpot just calling with the queens here. And the reason why is because he's trying to hit a jackpot. We do have high hands available, and he doesn't want to bet everybody out of the pot. He's trying to hit a high hand. This is one of the reasons why he's called Mr. Jackpot, is because he's always going after the high hands. He always hits our, not always, but, oh, right on the flop. Right on the flop. So he's going to check for sure. Like I said, he's trying to hit the full house to hit a high hand. So he does hit an above average amount of high hands. But one of the reasons why is because of these lines that he chooses to play. See, normally you're raising with queens, probably betting everybody out. But he just called with the queens, tried to hit a set. And it looks like Pedro's calling with his bottom pair here. And he just calls. I'm sure you're thinking he should be raising here, and that's normally the case. But like I said, he is going after a high hand. Oh, Pedro turning the world as he turns a flush draw and a straight draw. And he's going to size it up to 175. How much is Pedro? So Pedro has too much in his stack where he'll be able to get away from this hand if Mr. Jackpot puts him all in. But I think he's just going to call here, trying to hit a high hand. He might be worried that Pedro does have a straight. Ace 3 makes a straight. Ace 4 makes a straight. And 6-4. Oh, and he's raising it up to 500, and Pedro's going to be... So really big bet from Pedro here. So Mr. Jackpot obviously putting him on a strong hand, and that's why he's choosing to raise here. He figures Pedro will call, but Pedro might get away from this. He has basically $500 in his stack. If he had fewer chips, he would be able... he would probably go with the hand, but as I said, I personally think he has too many chips behind to call it off here. And based upon the player, the type of player that Pedro is, based upon what I've seen, I think Pedro's going to fold. Check raise to 500. So Pedro did bet 175 on the turn, so he needs to call 375, which is the majority of his chips. Oh, he announced call. So Pedro looking for a diamond or a 4. Does not want to see a 6 or a 3. He still has $170 left, and I'm guessing that was his thinking. If he misses, he's going to fold. And he felt comfortable trying to build up the stack from 170 if he misses. Oh, and yep, that's it. He's losing all his chips. Mr. Jackpot is going to hit a jackpot hand. Pedro's going to think he got lucky on the river with the trips. He makes the call. He sees the bad news, and that's going to be a football square. That's going to be a football square and a high hand for Mr. Jackpot. Live it up to his name on the stream. Oh, so I thought he went all in. Does he have $27 left? Did he bet 145 on the river? Yeah, no. He went all in. Or so the dealer letting the floor know. So yes, indeed, it is going to qualify for the high hand. It is going to qualify for the high hand Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday here at the Texas Card House. Progressive high hands, $100 every hour with rollovers. And we just saw Mr. Jackpot hit a high hand on stream. So the high hand does get the football square. Does get the football square. Does not get the cash, though, as the minimum qualifier is aces full of tens. So you had queens full of threes. But as I said, he does get the football square. All right, Nuno with the 7 deuce. It's suited. And looks like he's going to raise. And I'm not sure if Pedro's rebuying. El Gallo making the call with the king 10 offsuit. Ruben with the 9s just flatten. River Rat making the call on his button. And Edson calling with the king 10 of clubs. Yeah, and Pedro is not rebuying. He's just going to take his $27 and buy perhaps dinner with that. 2 pair for River Rat, top and bottom. But it is Nuno, the pre-flop raiser, who puts out the continuation bet of $22. Gut shot for El Gallo. He's going to call. River Rat flopping 2 pair. Let's see how he wants to play this. Is he just going to call? He's going to raise to 100 straight. Should be an easy fold for Edson here. No backdoor clubs, just has the queen to hit the straight. And if the queen of hearts comes, that does bring in a flush. Granted, nobody has that flush draw, but he doesn't know that. So the YouTube chat a little quiet tonight. Normally there'll be comments flying, but seems to be a little bit quiet tonight on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on different platforms. The only access I have comments to is the YouTube channel. So El Gallo now thinking if he's going to call with his gut shot. Does have the 10 of hearts. Looks like all 4 queens are left in the deck. But he's going to let it go as well. So River Rat with the win. This Friday, got the Friday night tournament. Friday night free roll. 6 o'clock. I know it says that the buy-in is $20, but that has actually been taken care of for the month of October. So it is a free roll on Friday. You do get a 20K started stack for free. Gratis en español. Este viernes. This Friday, excuse me. This Friday at the Texas Card House. $25 bet coming from UB. And El Gallo limped under the gun with the Jack 7. Now he's going to call the raise here out of position. And you be going to be hitting a pair of kings. And we'll put out a $3 continuation bet. Taking a page out of the Cajun Agents playbook. Sometimes see the Cajun Asian play on the stream, and sometimes he'll bet $3 on the flop or the turn. You can see Mr. Jackpot in at over $1,000, over $1,500, $1,600 to be exact. Nuno in the green, Edson, Newbie, and River Rat. And we have El Gallo down $3, Ruben down $15, and Leo Z is still not back in his seat. We do have a seat open, seat 2. So seat is open, seat is available here on the live stream. $10 button straddle. Action's going to be on Nuno. He will fold. Newbie raising it up. It's a small raise, only the 25. Goes from 10 to 25. And you can see Edson's going to call with his King 4 offsuit. It's $15 more for him, $15 more for the limpers. And we are going 4 ways to a flop. Paired board, 2 diamonds. 101 Dalmatians. Oh, and it's Edson taking the lead here. Snap call from El Gallo with a gut shot. Needs a 7 for a straight. And they're going to go heads up. Edson has the best hand right now with king high. And he still has the best hand. 8s and 6s with the king kicker. And it's going to go check, check. And now he's going to hit his king on the river. See if El Gallo puts out a bluff here. He just has jack high. Oh, and he's betting 100. Nope, betting $90. And Edson snap calls him. El Gallo actually playing the board. But Edson playing kings and 8s with a 6 kicker. So seat open on the stream table. Let me check the Poker Atlas list to see if anybody is on that list. Pre-flop raising. Leo double, more than double. Second place. Newbie in and Nuno in at 15%. Leo in at 38%. And we do have a couple people on the list. So they're getting called, letting them know their seats are available. Ruben just calling here with the ace king. Nuno should be checking his option. Does just that as we'll go 4 ways to a $41 flop. Queen high flop. River Rat hitting the queen, and River Rat leading out for 30. I don't think Ruben's going to let go of his hand. Yeah, he does let go of his hand. So Ruben decided just to call the straddle, the $10. With the ace king, so really didn't get married to his hand once he missed the flop. Sometimes you'll see players get married to their hand, and it normally gets them in trouble. Sometimes they're able to wiggle out of it. No straddle. Action going to be on River Rat. Has the king 3, the king crab. Of course, the 3, also known as a crab. 7-6 for Edson. And Nuno will make the raise with the 9-10 from the cutoff. $18 total for Edson to call, and he will make the call. Haven't seen a heads-up flop in quite a while, and it's going to be quite a good flop for Edson as he hits middle pair and a flush draw. Nuno will announce $20, and Edson makes the quick call with the best hand. And now he turns 2 pair. He checked on the flop, but now he's leading out over a pot-sized bet, 100 into $80. And Nuno's going to have to get out of the way. So I'm guessing the chat is a little bit quiet tonight, because we do have our main channel, TCH Live. They are streaming right now from Austin. And of course, we are also streaming. We are on the secondary channel, Texas Card House. 3 different words. Texas Card House, secondary channel for all of the Texas Card House locations. And I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. Make sure you do subscribe to this channel as we are trying to build it up. The main channel, TCH Live, has over 55,000 people subscribed. This channel with less than 3,000, so over 2,000, but not even half, not even 10% of what the main channel is. And as I said, all the locations do stream on this channel. So if you happen to stumble onto this channel looking for TCH Live, well, even if you move over to the TCH Live channel, make sure you do subscribe to this channel, because if you're looking for action from Austin or action from Dallas or action from Houston, they also stream on this channel. Nuno with the ace-queen, paired board leading right out. And Mr. Jackpot, knowing that's not a good flop for his hand, because even if his opponent has high cards, as is the case here, a 7 would counterfeit his hand. It'll be 9s and 7s with an ace kicker. So we do have a seat open on the stream table, 7:47. That is the time this hand got dealt here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley in South Texas. We are 4 hours and 20 minutes south of Austin, or south of TCH Social in Austin. I made the drive on Thursday, of course made the drive back on Sunday. Oh, Nuno picking up another suited hand, another big suited hand. This time he has hearts, but newbie has clubs. And we will go heads up to a flop. Red or black? Red or black? It's going to be black. Oh, big flop here as we have top pair with a king kicker versus the nut flush draw. So we might see a big pot played between these two players. The ace is still good for newbie. Of course, want to hit his flush draw. King of clubs. King of clubs for Max Payne. Looks like the king of clubs is still available. It's a 6, and that gives newbie some more outs, as a 7 will now make him a straight. You can see he has 13 outs. Actually has 15, but 2 of them are dead, so 13 live outs. And it looks like Nuno's gonna put out a big bet here. Probably 100. Yeah, looks like 100. It is 100 confirmed, and newbie gonna be making the call here. So newbie looking for an ace, a 7, or a club. And he's going to get the club. And Nuno is probably done with this hand. We can see there is a 4-liner to a straight. Any 7, any deuce making a straight. Clubs making a flush. Newbie's going to have to bet pretty small here if he wants to get a crying call. Nuno only has 330 in his stack, and looks like he's going to be betting over 150. Yeah, he's betting 225. Those are stacks of 75, and I don't think Nuno's going to make the crying call. He will be left with just over $100, but it looks like he has less than 330 in his stack. He does have a green. That's 1, 2. Yeah, it looks like he has just under 330 in his stack. The graphics are showing 331. Those are normally pretty close. But from the looks of it, maybe he has a little less, it looks like, than 331. I thought if newbie would have put $100, he would have got a crying call for sure. He still might get a call here. But Nuno does not like that river. And Nuno's going to see exactly how many chips he has. He's going to see how much he's going to be left with if he makes this call. So let's see if he does have, so that's 225 there. And that looks like, yeah, I think it's right at 300 or just over 300. Maybe the graphics are off about 20 bucks. Either way, it's for the majority of his stack. And he is paying. Oh, he does make the crying call. So newbie showing him the nuts. The best hand possible. The ace high flush. Says he's left with $106, but I think it's a little bit less than that. So newbie losing a buy-in early on, rebuying and has made that up. But the big winner tonight, you can probably just see the player with all the chips in front of them. It's going to be seat number 5. Now keep in mind, I know a lot of times people make this mistake, and it's a very logical assumption, but a lot of times it is the wrong assumption. Just because a player has a lot of chips in front of them does not mean that they're winning. Tonight, that's the case. Tonight, seat 5 with a lot of chips in front of him, he is winning. And it looks like Nuno's just going with the ace-jack here. And as I said, I did think it was less than the amount showing on the screen. He does have some white chips behind, so it's probably closer to 90. River Red thinking about calling here with the suited king. It is a pretty hand, but you do have a player in front of you making the call, so he will make the fold. And Nuno will put in the rest of his chips. Edson actually has the best hand here, but kind of like the King 10 from before. It's a pretty hand, but you have a player between you, which makes things complicated. I think he'll just call it the 80. So Nuno has maybe like 10 bucks left in his stack. He's going to hit the ace. And he's just going to check. He's all like, now he has 2 pair. And now he will show the winner. So Nuno with essentially the double up. Looked like he had another $4 or $5 behind, but just decided to check it down. So Rebel Poker, watching poker and playing poker at the same time. The multitasker. So it looks like somebody's cards did not get scanned properly. El Gallo did fold. Ruben folding the ace. And everybody else just calling. Ace high flop coming. Nobody with an ace. It is ace jack 7. Flop is ace jack 7. So that queen of hearts is actually an ace. So card reader picking something up wrong. And it's going to be betting $12 on the turn. And Mr. Jackpot will call him. I think somebody else might be in this hand as well. Maybe one of the outer seats, seats 3 or seat 8. So that ace of hearts should actually, the queen of hearts should be the ace of diamonds. Other than that, the board is reading correct. And it's going to come a straight, the 8-6 of Edson, making a straight. So the 8-6 of Edson makes a straight. Now keep in mind, the system does not think that he won. They're thinking Mr. Jackpot has a straight because they think a queen is on the board, but a queen is not on the board, an ace is on the board. So it's awarding the $33 to Mr. Jackpot, which is why Nuno's stack size earlier was probably wrong, where it picked up one of the cards, it read one of the cards wrong, so when the pot was over, it thought that he won the pot and awarded him those chips. So that's why Nuno's stack sizing was wrong earlier. So normally the players will have about 10 minutes to show up for their seats, and then they'll go down the list. So that's what they're doing right now, is going down the list, as we do have a seat open on the stream table. And El Gallo coming back to 9s, just makes the call. Edson with the jacks. Jack 9 of clubs for River Rat. Mr. Jackpot gonna have to get really lucky here with the 10-5 of clubs. There's a 10. Step 1 complete. That's the lucky part. Still needs to get really lucky. Oh, really small bet here. Only 18 bucks. The jacks might be a little bit worried about the king on the board, but it's only $18. He will make the call. Gut shot straight draw for River Rat, needs a queen. Instead, it's going to be the 4 of hearts. Pocket jack still out in front right now. And they're going to check it to Edson. And Edson's going to be putting out, looks like a $40 bet. Dealer does confirm it is 40 shorty. River Rat with the same gut shot. Does have a player left to act behind him. But he is getting a good price here, so it looks like he's going to cut out his chips and hope for a queen. Either way, Mr. Jackpot's calling. Or either way. It's either or either. And here comes a call from Mr. Jackpot. Quick call. Needs a 10, needs a 5. As we will go to a river. The whiff. And Edson does not think his opponent has a king. Because he is betting again. Looks like $80. So the queen jack did miss. Other than that, Mr. Jackpot just has middle pair with a 5 kicker here. And looks like he might pay him off here. He's going to pay him off. So max value for the jacks there. Did not think his opponent had a king when he bet the river, and he was correct. We have a seat open, Cajun Asian. Seat open. So Mr. Jackpot saying, I knew you didn't have a king. I was right. So he was right and wrong at the same time. Sounds like an argument with my girlfriend. And we will have a dealer change. So we are 2 hours into tonight's stream. The first hour was dealt by Jeremiah, and he will come back for the third hour. As we will remind you of remind you of the Trailblazer series. And check out this first hand. Everybody with an ace. El Gallo taking a nap. Ruben raising it up with the ace king. And El Gallo put it on the 3-bet. Ruben going with it here. Should get newbie out of the way. Getting an exact count. Looks like it's about 200. Oh, that count looks exactly right. 239. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, that is the most amount of beans that you find in a can of beans. Of course, the reason why, if they put one more, it would be 240. Hashtag dad joke. Oh, we got put some chop outs here. a 3 for a chop, a 5 for a chop, a 4 for a win, but instead the ace-king is going to take the win. So Nuno almost made the comeback from his short stack, but he's going to run his suited ace into a better ace here. And I don't, let's see. No, Nuno's going to rebuy, I believe. Nuno's going to rebuy. So Nuno did say he's coming back, just going to walk it off. Sometimes you just got to walk it off or go outside and get some fresh air.
We have a $10 button strat actually starts.
So we currently have 3 seats open, or 3 seats not in play, but one of those players coming back for sure. So 1 player coming back for sure, 1 seat open for sure, and looks like somebody is going to be taking that open seat. And let's see who it's going to be. Oh, the guy with kings, that'll wake you up. Kind of dozed off the last 10. And now he's picking up kings. Mr. Jackpot with pocket 10s. And looks like he's raising it up to 105. 3 players with pocket pairs, 1 player with an ace. That 1 player is Newbie. He had ace-jack last hand and he would have lost. And he's going to make the pretty quick fold. I don't think Mr. Jackpot is calling. I actually meant to say I don't think Mr. Jackpot is folded. But this is one of the reasons why he hits a lot of high hands, because he does play an above average amount of hands. So he figured he wanted to see all 5 cards, so he puts his opponent all in, hoping his opponent has ace-king. Didn't want the flop to come out like jack high or queen high, and he wasn't sure if his opponent would have put out a continuation bet with ace-king. He just wanted to see all 5 cards, and we're going to see 5. Queen high flop, he does have diamonds. Needs a black card. That's a black card, but it's not the 10 that he needs.
Who's over here, Georgie?
Yeah, so we do have somebody taking the seat. I thought that was Nuno's seat.
Under 30 players, I went 0 for 2 with aces, all in free flop. One of them against Davis Fire. He had 8. Lost an 8.
So it looks like somebody's taking.
No, because they already have you on here, so I'll go over here.
Yeah, so Nuno was still in seat 8. You can still see him in seat 8. He is rebuying. So they will move over to seat 7. And looks like we have a player that's going to take seat 2. So they will get in all the information. The player on seat number 2 is going to have to sit out. Cannot come in between the blinds, kind of like a tournament. You cannot buy the button on the stream. On a normal cash game, you're able to, but on the stream table, you're not. So even though Mr. Jackpot losing that pot, he is still over $1,000 winner. Edson with the suited, cards, 6 deuce. And who do we got in seat? Yeah, that's who I thought it was. It was Chubbs. So Chubbs in seat 7 coming in with a raise with the 9-5. And Chubbs actually just finished 16th place in the big event number 2 for the Trailblazer Series. $400 entry, $500,000 guarantee, and there was an overlay, so some extra value for the players there. So Chubbs was there this past weekend at TCH Social in Austin. The main event taking place this weekend. So Mr. Jackpot calling here with ace high. So Chubbs is going to have to continue on with his aggression as he does pick up open-ended. And he will check it back here. And he's going to miss. Does he bluff the first hand? $106 in. He does not. He can't pull the trigger. And he's going to see that he would have got a fold from his opponent. So if you were playing at TCH Show this past weekend for event number 2, there was probably about, there was at least 5 players from the Rio Grande Valley. Somewhere between 5 and 10 from the Rio Grande Valley that made the trip up. I was one of them. I did not play in any of the tournaments. Normally I would, but there was a lot going on in Austin this past weekend as the UT Georgia game was going on. I had some tickets to some tailgate parties, not the game. And then the F1 was going on. So I really wasn't sure if I was going to go to the football game, if I was going to go to the F1. And I wound up just playing cash at TCH Social in Austin. Chubbs did fire in the tournament, like I said, finishing 16th. There was another player from the Rio Grande Valley who sometimes plays on the stream, Baby Spider, and he made the final table, finishing 8th place. So less than 10 players from this area, like I said, from the Rio Grande Valley, making the trip up there. Oh, Chubbs is going for it here. So Chubbs puts his opponent on an ace and is making it seem like they're going to chop aces and deuces with a king kicker. But we can see that Chubbs has aces and 4s. So he will show and get the double up, and it looks like Nuno is going to be rebuying. So you might see Chubbs up this coming weekend in TCH Social Austin again for the main event. Main event taking place this weekend. $800 entry. $1 million prize pool. I know there was 4 people for sure from this area that made day 2 of the previous event, and there was probably about another 4 people up there. So less than 10 people from the Rio Grande Valley making the 4-hour and 20-minute trip up to Texas Card House Social in Austin, TCH Social in Austin.
Yes, that's why. So he sits down and he reduced the. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I don't want to put him in blind about.
All right, so Chubbs with the double up, putting on the straddle under the gun.
Yeah, that's right. How'd you get those random greens? Maybe he has some.
And it's the battle of the queens. Each player with a queen, each player suited. And it's going to come king high. Chubbs did raise it pre-flop, and he's going to put out the continuation bet. It's going to be hard for the queen deuce to continue. And he will make the fold. So it looks like Nuno's back, got the rebuy taken care of, back in his seat. We'll get dealt in on this hand, and he's going to put in a straddle.
You won 9 of the first 5 hands you played?
No, actually, we have one customer right now. No, Rick should. We got $10 live straddle.
So it'll be $10 to go. Seat number 9, El Gallo. Essentially, that translates to a rooster.
Service.
Can I get hot Cheetos with cheese?
Or as they say in South Carolina, a gamecock. You can see Mr. Jackpot just calling with the ace king, calling the straddle with the ace king. But this is one of the reasons why he hits the high hands a lot, is even though he has a hand he should be raising with, he just decides to call, hoping to flop big, but looks like he's going to miss. Nuno, your straddler, hits the 8 and puts out $15. So just under a pot-sized bet. River Rat needs a 9 for the gut shot, makes the call. A queen will also work for him. But instead, it's going to be a 6. So it is Nuno picking up a straight draw now to go with his second pair. And it'll go check, check. And this is going to be an action card here. As River Rat hits the river again. We saw him hit the river earlier, and it was a 9 earlier too. One of the first hands of the stream, he had ace 9 and pretty much called all away and hit a 9 on the river to make the best hand. And now he hits a 9 on the river to make a straight. Nuno has 2 pair. Nuno's going to have to call this raise. He knows he's beat. He thinks his opponent has a 7. And he just can't believe it, but he's going to make the crying call again.
Yes, he called.
So Nuno thought his opponent had a 7 for a straight, but his opponent instead has queen 10 for the nut straight.
Private jet. Tag along.
There's the VPIP. Chubb's in at 100%, but he's only played 4 hands. But he has voluntarily put money in the pot all 4 times. Newbie has been here since the beginning. He's almost at 50%. Ruben has played 18 hands. He's at the very bottom at 28%. Everybody else in at least 30%, as we do have a $10 under the gun straddle. So it'll be $10 for Ruben. Ace 6 of hearts for Newbie just makes the call.
Every flag you can rebuy.
How do you need to get to $1 million?
All right, 4 ways to a flop. 40 in the middle. The ace 8 of El Gallo is the best hand right now. And the flop's going to come 10 high. The ace-8 of El Gallo still leading the way as nobody makes a pair. The ace-8 of El Gallo now making a pair, and now he's going to bet. Open-ender for newbie needs a 4 or a 9, but keep in mind, the 9 will make a straight for anybody with a jack, and that anybody is Nuno, as he's going to make the call looking for a 9. Newbie needs a 4. And the board will pair on the river. So El Gallo with second pair.
Yeah, it's literally across the street. Like it's a big ass closet that I was in, right? The commercial one, 74. Oh, okay.
So El Gallo will put out a bet and take the win.
It's a long ass closet that they were in, right? You have to go like you navigate through the whole closet, and as you get out, it's in the street, and it's literally across the street. Oh, okay. We're across the highway. It's all in the barrio.
$10 straddle being put on by Chubbs. That'll keep his VPIP up. And action's going to be on Nuno. Under. I was going to say under the gun, but he's in the small blind. Since the button straddled, the action does start to the left. It does not jump the blinds. I know in some card rooms, they will have like a Mississippi straddle or a Hard Rock straddle where it jumps the blinds. Sometimes it's even ultimate last action, which is crazy. Like literally everybody can act on their hand even before you see your hand. It can go raise, re-raise, re-raise in front of you. And since you have ultimate last action, but anywhere you straddle here at the Texas Card House, the action starts to the left. 2 spades for Nuno. Pretty big flop for him. Hits a pair and a flush draw, and he's going to put out most of his stack. He puts out just over half his stack.
No, the game was just so big that it was early. Lots of sauce. Not even because of mustard ball, just literally something. Just even moment, I guess. Yeah.
So Nuno winning that pot, putting on the straddle. Pre-flop raising. Chubbs has done it half the time. Granted, he has only played 6 hands. Nuno in at 25%, has played most of the hands. Looks like he missed 4 hands. River Rat has still not been the pre-flop raiser. He has only called raises.
We have a $10 button straddle. Actually starts to again.
So seat 2, and looks like we have seat 2 being taken. 9-8 of hearts for River Rat. Just makes the call. Like I said, he has not been the pre-flop raiser once. I know a lot of people will raise with his hand in position. He chooses just to call. Nuno on his button. He was the straddler, and he's going to be checking here.
Like, if he was already over there and he's losing or whatever, if he won over there, he's probably going to chill. But if he's losing,
Oh, he's going to be putting on a raise here. Oh, it's a small raise, though. Takes it up to 30. He figured his opponents weren't very strong since they just called the $10. He was correct, but the size in here, I think it's just going to bring him in. He went from 10 to 30. The good news is he's going to have position.
what, like, is he barbecuing inside? Or?
He's gonna do like snacks and stuff like that too. It's kind of thing, the whole.
That's cool. Wait, so the profit goes to him or does what do you have?
I just need somebody to run the kitchen. And so he has.
That's cool.
No rent.
Who's that?
Josh.
So Edson flopping 2 pair.
Behind the shrine, 5-1.
You have to what?
Behind the shrine. The big church.
Oh, okay. So when I always do the... Yeah, so that path
That one.
Yeah, that one. That one.
So Edson hoping his opponent has an ace or a king, but that is not the case.
Are you all like a multi fucking casinos or just one? Like you do it for like your mom and then your dad, or just one for like the whole?
All right, who's up? Who's down?
2?
One for me and one for everybody.
Mr. Jackpot still in, still up over 1,000. Edson, who just won that last pot, up over 500. Newbie almost at 300. Chubbs just over 200. Ruben up 150. River Rat also up. El Gallo down. Nuno down as well. And of course, we did have some seats being taken as Pedro was in seat 2. He did not win tonight, and now it looks like we have a Cowboys fan taking that seat.
Yeah, there was one of the guys.
And then Leo, who was in seat 6, did not rebuy. So that's why all of the numbers don't add up.
Oh, it's table 9.
So seat 2 taking a seat, but he's actually going to have to wait a hand, as this is going to be like a tournament. He won't be able to buy. He won't be able to buy the button. On a normal cash game, that is the normal procedure, but since this is a stream table, the way the software is set up, it's actually called the action tracker. The way the action tracker is set up, it doesn't allow a player to buy the button. So seat 2 is going to have to wait a hand, even though he's ready to play. So the dealer will let him know he needs to sit out a hand, as I said. So he will wait a hand, and then after this hand, we will be back to a full table, 9-handed.
Hey, you do play better but not the same.
So River Rat should be putting out a big blind. Looks like Mr. Jackpot is coloring up. Going to be taking the rack. So it should be 500. That's going to be $500. Each stack worth 100. And he will get another rack. So it looks like he's going to color up $1,000 here. The chip runner Maria taking care of him. Hola, Maria. Oh, El Gallo with queens should be taking it up here, and he's taking it up to 70. So Chubbs raising 15 with the 4-3 of clubs. Nuno makes the call, and El Gallo with the queens raises it up to 70. That should take care of stuff.
Matt thinks it's a tournament. Like, he thinks that he has to knock everybody out.
So seat 5 is going to be getting 2 stacks of greenback. Oh, Chubb's making the call here. Out of position. And this is going to bring Nuno along. So El Gallo, a little confused here. Thinks his opponents have an ace or a king, so he does not want to see an ace or a king, but we can see One of his opponents has 4 high. The other opponent has jack high. He's in really good shape here. And there's the ace. He puts out a very small bet here. Chubbs with a gut shot. Probably going to be floating him here. And Nuno gets out of the way. So less than a pot size bet left for El Gallo here. Chubbs hits his pair, might put them all in. And he does just that. Oh, and Chubbs is going to show the bluff.
Wow.
Chubbs is going to show the bluff. Show it. Show it. So Chubbs does show the bluff. Chubbs figured with the small bet on the flop that El Gallo did not have an ace and could take the pot away from him. And he was able to take the pot away from him on the turn once he caught a pair. Straight got there, flush got there. And he figured his opponent did not have any of that. All right. Looks like we got Don Richard. So the Don Richard in seat 2. As we have about an hour and a half left to go in tonight's stream. Oh, Nuno with the kings. Sizing might be a little too big here as he raises it up to 40. No straddle on the hand. Yeah, no straddle, just raise it up to 40. Mr. Jackpot's going to call here. You can see he colored up the chips. He has those 2 stacks of green, each stack worth 500. And Mr. Jackpot with the ace, 5 of hearts, makes the call. Kind of like the last hand, where the big pocket pair doesn't want to see an ace. Oh, Mr. Jackpot flopping 2 pair. And he's going to lead right out. And Nuno makes the immediate fold. He really cannot believe his luck, as 2 times earlier, there's been a 4-liner to a straight on the board. He called it off both times. But this time, he makes the immediate fold with kings.
Do you have a card or what?
So Chubbs putting on the $6 under the gun straddle. Nuno, who had kings last hand, action will be on him.
That's what I fucking said.
Nuno with the 10 deuce, the Doyle Brunson. He's suited. He makes the $6 call. El Gallo, who got bluffed off his queens earlier, raising it up to 35 with the 9-7. Newbie just makes the call with the ace-queen, and that might bring along the pocket 3s of River Rat. It does not. Mr. Jackpot with a suited ace once again. This time he folds. And Chubbs with the suited spades. He will make the call. Oh, Chubbs actually put in the 3-bet here? No. Chubbs just made the call for the 35. And Nuno, pretty frustrated tonight, is just going to go with his 10 high. But he actually has El Gallo beat. El Gallo making a move with the 9-7 here. Really wants to play a 9-7. So he's actually re-raising here to get heads up with Nuno, hoping that Nuno has something like ace-king, and he has 2 live cards. Doesn't want to play this hand multi-ways. He only has 9 high. So Newbie doesn't know what to do now. He does have a strong hand, but he finally lets it go. And Chubbs will make the fold. So the 10 high of Nuno is good right now. So Nuno with 10 high is good right now. El Gallo needs to hit a 9 or a 7. Oh, huge flop. Huge flop for Nuno as he flops a pair and a flush draw. El Gallo still has outs, though, but he's going to miss.
Oh, there was a spade.
So Nuno with the frustrated all-in had the best hand, winds up with the best hand and gets the double up.
Bad luck? He said that you're leaving the table with bad luck.
So the chips El Gallo was getting back. He had more chips than Nuno. He went all in for 200. Nuno had about 100. So the ace queen would have won from newbie.
Here you go.
Went to showdown. Ruben hasn't been to showdown once, and he's played about 25 hands. Is Nuno put it on the straddle? That's 5 for sure, might be 10. It is 10. So Nuno is a nickname for the junior in Mexico, in Mexico. So if you know of somebody with the name of Nuno, it's essentially how they say junior in Spanish, or how they say junior in Mexico.
And like, we don't even respond to them like, hey, bro, that was super funny, like, whatever, have a conversation about it, we just react to it.
So Nuno with the suited 10 last hand.
My favorite.
Suited 10 again, and he's going to raise it again. But this time, everybody's going to call his raise, as we are going to be going 5 ways to a flop, $154 in the middle. Best hand right now, ace 7 suited of newbie. And newbie going to be flopping trips. El Gallo with diamonds. Mr. Jackpot also with diamonds. And newbie's going to bet his trips. It's going to be 40. So less than a third of the pot. The flush draw Mr. Jackpot going to be calling. The flush draw of El Gallo, who is currently 0% to win the hand. How does he win this hand? He can't, right? There's no possible way he wins the hand. He's drawn dead. Newbie quickly bets 75. He bets a stack, one of his stacks. Normally you don't want to chase a flush draw on a paired board, especially in Omaha. And Hold'em it's okay, it's not great, but it's always in the back of your mind, if I do make my flush, oh, El Gallo putting all his money in, drawn dead. Cannot hit a diamond. Mr. Jackpot has bigger diamonds. Cannot hit a jack. Newbie has trip aces. There's going to be a small side pot here. And the diamond misses. The trips of newbie. Going to be the best hand. He will finally check, and he will show the ace. So newbie with the big pot.
Barrels.
And don't forget about the 2-for-1 time. This is every Sunday and every Thursday here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. 2 for 1 time. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. And Thursdays, $100 cap. So seat 9 gonna be rebuying.
I did? Why?
I was a little tilted. So. But I'm over it now. My tilt over last like until I go broken and I'm gonna set up.
Ruben with the King Jack. There is a $10 button straddle. Let's see if he raises it up. Should be calling for sure here.
You're a big blind.
Trying to make it look like I had aces and I've been a little small.
I did.
15.
Oh, so it's a $15 raise. Yeah, there was no straddle. $15 raise. And El Gallo with the best hand right now with the 7s raises it up to 15, getting a call from the King Jack, the Queen 6, the Queen Jack, the 9-8, and possibly the 8-5. And does get the call from the 8-5 as well. So 6 ways to a flop we go.
We got 6 players to a flop.
So basically 2/3 of the table in this hand, and it's going to come 10 high with 2 3s. Nobody with the 10, nobody with the 3. The pocket 7s of El Gallo still out in front. And he's going to bet 35. And it looks like that's going to get the job done. So as I mentioned earlier, we have the 2 for 1 time tomorrow. Then on Friday, we have a free roll. $2,000 guaranteed, $20 to rebuy, $20 to add on, $20,000 in starting chips, 20-minute levels.
Shadow 10.
And it does start at 6 p.m. on Friday, 6 p.m. $10 straddle. Chubbs put it on to $10. River Rat calling the 10 with the 3s. And Chubbs will raise his option. Raises it up another 20.
3-0 total.
So 30 to go for the 3s. And he's going to make the call. Looks like he's $5 heavy. Okay. Yeah, he does get the change.
Heads up to the flop.
Trips for Chubbs. This is actually a good flop for the 3s. And he's going to lead at it. And Chubbs just going to call. So Chubbs does not want to see a 3. That's a king. This card might slow down River Rat. Thought his 3s were good on the flop. He bet. Chubbs calling. Now the king coming on the turn. King of diamonds, the man with the axe. I remember back in the day, my grandparents used to play a game where that was one of the wild cards. It was deuces, jacks, and the man with the axe. So Chubbs put in River Rat on a big pair, betting the trip 9s. And the river gonna be a queen. I think River Rat is done with this hand. You can see there's $284 in the hand. I don't think he's going to call a bet from Chubbs. It was a queen of clubs on the river, not a jack. Everything else is right. Yeah, Chubbs betting 175 here.
175.
So River Rat reaching for chips. I don't think he's going to call. I've seen him do this before where he just cuts out chips. Oh, he makes the call. Chubb's going to show him the trips. And he just put Chubbs on a 100% bluff. Maybe like 6-7 or 8-7 for a straight draw. So thought he would fold the turn. He did not. So essentially, once he caught the bet on the turn, there was an $80 bet on the turn. Chubbs bet $80. Once he caught that bet, he put Chubbs on some sort of draw, either a flush draw or a straight draw. The river got there, all of the draws missed. So once he caught that $80 on the turn, I think he pretty much told himself in his mind that as long as the river's a blank, as long as the river doesn't complete a straight, as long as the river doesn't complete a flush, I'm going to call. And that's what he did. And now he picks up kings. Oh, Chubbs with the ace-king here. We might see a big hand. How much does River Rat have? He has 300. Chubbs might be able to get away from the ace-king here. Might. So River Rat should be putting on the 4-bet here. And the 4-bet would be about half of his stack. So maybe he just moves all in. Oh, he just calls? Okay, yeah, he did put in the 4-bet. Really small 4-bet. And Chubbs is pretty much deciding on whether or not he's going to put them all in here. Very, very rare for somebody to 4-bet without a monster hand in 1-3 in the smaller stakes, like 1-2, 1-3, 2-5. It's very rare that you see this, and it looks like Chubbs knows this and he's going to make the fold. Which is why I said maybe going all in would actually look weaker. But it's very rare in 2-5 and below, which is actually the majority of the games you see in the casinos. 2-5 and below, it's very rare somebody's going to be putting in a 4-bet without it being ace king suited. So there was a card flipping up, and normally that would be able to get corrected, but since we're playing on the stream, that does qualify as a misdeal. So Friday, free row. Saturday, deep stack. $75 buy-in, 50K starting stack. 50K starting stack. 5,000 bonus if you are here before 6 o'clock. Deep stack Saturdays, Texas Card House. Late registration open till 10:30.
Free to play, $3.
River Rat raising it up. No, River Rat calling with the double down hand, the 8-3. Chubbs raises it up to 15.
10 because I think you got like a shot or something. And it's hit. Like $3, and I was like, what the fuck is $3? I saw that shit.
Everybody doing okay, guys?
He bought me a water last night.
Huh?
He bought me
I
a
got
water.
and I got pissed off. I was
Oh,
joking.
because he was buying it around for everybody.
Yeah, he goes, I'll take one. Yeah, and he brought it from like,
So everybody calling Chubbs' raise. Nuno probably should have been 3-betting with his hand. But once again, it's easy when you can see the cards. Just like when you're at the poker table, everybody's an expert after the hand. So Jack high flop, Don Richard, flopping top pair. And looks like he's going to bet.
that was one. Right here. I had one.
Even though he has top pair, he's only at 20% since there's 6 players in the pot. Chubbs with bottom pair, Ruben with bottom pair,
For no reason.
I had one for no reason, right?
River Rat with middle pair. So Don Richard betting the speed limit
55.
when River Rat first got his license.
But you have that business now? Dude, growing up, did you think that everybody saw what we saw? Or like how did you learn that you had that vision?
Couldn't see the board.
Yeah.
I couldn't see.
But you thought everybody had that problem?
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah, I would think that. My brother grew up with bad vision. I never asked him that question.
I think I have bad vision, but every time
So everybody making the fold, giving the respect to Don Richard, Don Ricardo.
Oh, okay.
You gotta be honest though.
I am honest, bro. Hey, what I think I see.
Whatever you're guessing, you gotta
$10 button straddle, raise first in.
gambling everywhere.
Chubbs has only been here for 16 hands, but he has raised more than half of them. We just saw him raise his past hand with the 5-6 offsuit.
No, it's true story. Like every time I win,
You have a $10 button straddle. Actually,
3 times for the last like 20 years.
What's it called?
there we go.
I just had a cataract.
It's called astigmatism.
Astigmatism?
Astigmatism. There you put an A there or whatever.
Ace Queen for newbie, raising it up. Edson with the Ace King. Just makes the call. And Nuno with the Queen Jack makes the call. So everybody has the other player dominated. The Ace King with the Ace Queen dominated. And the Ace Queen having the Queen Jack dominated. And it's going to come 8-6-6. So possible chop outs for newbie. He was the pre-flop aggressor. And he's going to continue on with that aggression. He raised it up to 25. 2 people calling. And now he's going to bet, it looks like about 60. 65.
That would be 65.
So normally, I think the Ace King should float here heads up. But he does have a player left to act behind him. And that's what he's factoring in. We could see he has the best hand right now, but I do understand the fold. So newbie playing the Ace Queen aggressive, getting the better hand to fold.
I see what he's talking about, but at the end of the day, however we see our hand is how we see our hand. Yeah. If you don't believe him, you don't believe him, you're going to put it in.
Went to showdown. Ruben has played 31 hands, has not gone to showdown once. Don Richard putting on the $7 straddle. It's a $6 minimum. So he puts on an extra dollar. So $7 to go. Action's going to be on newbie, who just won the last hand with Ace-8. This time, excuse me, Ace-Queen. This time he has Ace-10. And he will raise it again out of the blinds with an ace. This time to 22. River Rat folding the Jack-4. Nuno and Gallo folding. Ruben with his own ace makes the call. And Don Richard will defend his straddle with the Jack-8. Queen high flop, 2 clubs. Don Richard flopping middle pair. And he is going to bet middle pair here. Small bet. $69 in the pot. Only bets $15. And that's going to get the job done. So Cowboys win. Big game this weekend for the Cowboys as they are, I was going to say going to San Francisco, but that's not even the case, as the stadium is actually closer to San Jose. So they are going to Levi Stadium, coming off of a bye. Going to be taking on the 49ers. A lot of people going to be watching that game. El Gallo taking it up to 15 with the suited king. Don Richard also with a suited king. He has the dog, the K9. And for the 3rd straight time, Newbie has an ace. For the 3rd straight time, he's going to play it. Nuno calling with the 6-4. His heart's no good. 9-9-7. Don Richard flopping trips. Tripas. Flush draw on the board. Straight draw on the board. It looks like he's going to put out a bet. Probably about 25-30. Did he bet 55? Yeah, he bets 55. Nobody's going to be able to call. So really targeting somebody with clubs. Really targeting somebody with a straight draw. But nobody had any of those hands. If you're just joining us tonight, thank you for joining us. We are about 3 hours into tonight's stream. So still have over an hour to go in tonight's stream. We are playing 1-3 No Limit Texas Hold'em from the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, located in Edinburg, Texas, South Texas, 3 hours directly south of San Antonio, or as they say in English, St. Anthony. Don Richard raising it up with the suited Queen Jack. Newbie with another ace, but this time he's going to take a break. And Chubbs will be making the call with the double down hand, the 9 deuce. And Chubbs flopping top pair. Don Richard will check behind. What's the turn? Chubbs is betting the turn with the 6 of diamonds. And a quick fold from Don Richard. We do have access to the comments on YouTube. We are streaming on multiple platforms tonight. If you're watching us on YouTube, we do have access to those comments. And if you are still not subscribed to this channel, this is the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. The main channel is TCH Live, and I believe they are streaming a meetup game right now on that channel, TCH Live. And of course, this channel on YouTube is called Texas Card House. Secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. TCH Social in Austin, Texas Card House in Dallas, and Texas Card House in Houston. Nuno raising it with the 7-5 of clubs, but Don Richard has better clubs. And he's going to take it up to 115. Not playing this hand slow at all. River Rat also with a suited ace, but he does have the fake aces, the ace 4. Sometimes if you look real quick, you think you have aces. And I don't think Nuno's going to be able to call, as this represents most of his stack. He does have a very pretty hand, but we can see he's dominated in the club department. And it looks like he's going to get rid of it. Here's the VPIP. We have Chubbs and Don Richard and Nuno all in at least 50%. And we will have exactly an hour left in tonight's stream, as they are changing dealers. So we have exactly an hour left in tonight's stream. And we will remind you about all the action taking place across the state of Texas.
Jerry.
That's right, the Trailblazer Series taking place right now at TCH Social in Austin. We'll make a stop next month in Texas Card House, either Houston or Spring. It's going to be in one of those. It's either going to be in Houston or Spring. And then for the month of December, the Trailblazer Series is making a stop down here in South Texas. Weather should be probably in the 80s when it makes a stop down here. So the week between Christmas and New Year, the Trailblazer Series will be here for all you tournament grinders. The main airport code is MFE. It's McAllen Miller, City of McAllen. It's the main airport. We do have direct flights from American Airlines from Dallas. Direct flights from United out of Houston. Direct flights out of Austin on Delta. And then if you fly Southwest, it'll be the secondary airport here in Harlingen, Valley International Airport. So the McAllen Airport probably about 15 minutes away, 20 minutes away from this location. And then the Harlingen Airport probably about 30 to 40 minutes away from this location. So Southwest does fly into the area, but it doesn't fly into the closest airport. Southwest flies. And of course, they offer direct flights from Austin and Houston for sure, maybe Dallas. $10 button straddle. Yeah, so from the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley to the closest airport, McAllen, less than 10 miles, less than 15 minutes. And then the airport from Southwest, we are talking 40 minutes. Chubbs with the queens. Raising it up, getting a call from everybody. King coming on the flop. Mr. Jackpot flopping the king. Chubb's not liking the overcard. We'll check. He's going to bet if it's checked to him again, and I don't blame him. Question is it going to be checked to him? Oh, El Gallo hit in a set of fours. I didn't even see that. So Chubbs is probably going to be folding. El Gallo should be betting. Mr. Jackpot should be calling. And Chubbs is all like, one of you has the king. It's kind of ironic because his shirt, he has the king on his shirt. Oh, looks like he's making the call. I thought he would get away from this. El Gallo flopping the set of fours. Chubbs needing a queen to take the lead. And this is going to be trouble for Mr. Jackpot. $500 in the pot. El Gallo has less than a pot size bet left. Should probably be going all in here, as one of your opponents should have a king in this situation. And looks like he's going to bet a small amount. But one of your opponents normally should have a king in this situation, and we can see that one of his opponents does. He bet the turn. He got called by both his opponents. And he's checking how much he has. You can see there's over $500 in the pot. The right move is just going all in. This is just based upon stack sizing. But he wants to get paid, so he might size it down here. He might put out like 200. There it is. He says all in, and there's a snap call. Like I'm saying, one of your opponents probably has... Yeah, so Chubb should be folding pretty quickly here. I'm a little surprised Chubbs hasn't folded yet. And he finally announced his fold. And El Gallo will show the full house. Football square. Football square. So we saw Chubbs make a pretty quick fold earlier with the ace-king pre-flop when he got 4-bet by kings. And normally he has a pretty good feel of what's going on, which is why I thought he would fold on the turn when El Gallo let out for the 105. And then I thought he would snap fold on the river once El Gallo moved all in and got called. But he eventually makes the right fold. El Gallo with the double up. And that's going to get him in the green. And Mr. Jackpot is now only up $600. He's still the winner. Tonight's big winner by $2. Newbie has $5.99. All right, El Gallo just had pocket fours last hand. It's going to upgrade to pocket sevens this hand. $10 button straddle being put on by Nuno. And the $10 gets called by El Gallo. 6-3, the natural 9 for Ruben. He makes the call. And Chubb's coming along with the King-Jack offsuit. And we are going 6 ways to a flop, $60 in the middle. Pocket sevens leading the way right now. And an ace coming right on the flop, 2 spades. Nobody has an ace, nobody has spades. So the sevens still leading the way. But Newbie's going to bet his king high for some reason. And Nuno's going to be calling with his tray. So Nuno calling with the best hand. Ruben lets his 3 go. And we can see Newbie's going to need some help. Maybe a spade. So 4 to the straight. And it looks like Newbie's thinking about representing the 4. He does check, though. Nunu has seen this about 3 or 4 times tonight. 4 to the straight on the board. So he's a little gun shy. He's going to check it back. And we'd have the actual straight on the board. So if Ruben would have stuck along with the 6-3, he would have had the nuts straight. Excuse me. He would have had the 6-high straight. And it's going to go check, check, and we're going to chop this pot.
Yeah, what y'all doing, man? I had 7.
So if you don't know about the Trailblazer series, it's going on right now. So two cool things, 2 bonuses. The big bonus is the Trailblazer, the actual Chevy Trailblazer. There is a points for these events, and the person who has the most points is going to win a brand new car. Now, if you finish in the top 50, then you will be on the leaderboard here for a 50K free roll. And as I said, I know we had some of the players from the RGV go up this past weekend to Austin. Chubbs finishing 16th in the 500K event, so he's on that leaderboard. The player that might be leading it, or that is definitely in the top 10, is Baby Spider. Baby Spider has played on the stream before, and he finished 4th place in an Omaha tournament as part of the Trailblazer series. And then he finished 8th place in the 500K. So he definitely has some points for the Trailblazer. Don Richard raising it up. We have about 45 minutes to go on tonight's stream as we are going 3 ways to a flop. And Don Richard flopping trips. Oh, Chubb's also flopping trips. Don Richard led out with his trips last time, and he's leading out again. He's betting just over half pot. Chubbs might be getting in trouble here, as he's definitely making the call with trips. Both players do not want to see a diamond on the turn. Each player puts the other player on a diamond draw, that is. Deuce on the turn. Oh, big bet coming from Don Richard. 155. Chubbs does have history with him, so he's definitely putting him on a big hand. Don't know if that big hand involves a queen or just an ace and a king, but he can't fold trips here. What's going to happen on the river? A 5 or a deuce for a chop, a queen, a jack for a win. So Chubbs has, what is that, 3 jacks left or 2 jacks left that he can hit? And that's not going to be it. And I think Don Richard's going to empty out the clip here. $520 in the pot. And he's going to bet once again. Chubbs makes the quick call, and he's going to see the bad news. It's a tough break for Chubbs. Don Richard, Cowboys win again. So Chubbs, no diamond in his hand. Figured his opponent was betting on the flush draw and missed. Not only that, he had a good kicker with the jack. But Don Richard with the better kicker, and that's going to put Don Richard in the leaderboard just like that. The last player to arrive at the table is up over $600. Newbie also up over $600. Mr. Jackpot was up, I believe, like $1,600 at one point, so he lost about $1,000 back. I'm sure the other players at the table appreciate that. And one of those players is El Gallo. When he rivered the full house against Mr. Jackpot's trips.
He's over two. Both of them are
No.
So we do have somebody in taking seat 6. So Edson cashing out as we have less than an hour to go on our stream. He was with us since the beginning. And we're going 4 ways to a flop.
And which mic is this one? This is the Unabomber mic?
$81 in the pot. That's 9 times 9. And it's going to come 7-7-4, 2 clubs. The pocket threes still out in front. A lot of counterfeit possibilities. He's going to check. El Gallo going to be betting his suited ace. Mr. Jackpot doesn't want to fold his threes just yet, as he does have a full house draw. Looking for a football square. Looked like a deuce, but it's looked like a tray, but it said it's a deuce. And he's finally going to make the fold as the ace-9 will make another bet on the turn. So let us, the football squares. Good for the Sunday night game. $7 button straddle announced.
You want us to put the game for you? Why not? It's a point in the fucking video.
Y'all got like, you get any games or what?
I believe so. I hope so.
They're down by 3.
Pop that up, bro. Pop that up. Shit, let's put it out for you. I'll buy that ticket for you for $100.
How much is that?
Can you go there or no?
I don't even want to know.
Uber,
Get a fucking seat change over there.
Hornet chain. Thank you.
You can do it from there?
You have to do it straight up. Straight up, you have to do it straight up.
Yeah, right now.
What's the, how many up and down?
Put 100. Put the win at 200. I'll fight you.
So 7 people calling the $7 button straddle.
Were they dogs again? Were they dogs again?
Yeah? 25 plus?
But they were home.
No, they were away. But I know that's a good team, Wayne.
10 high flop, 2 spades.
I'm pretty big.
Check.
No, I mean, that season I won like 7K.
Mr. Jackpot flopping a flush draw, but he's going to check. Board pair and 6s on the turn. Now there's a heart draw on the board. And Chubbs actually has the best hand right now with the 5, and he's going to bet it.
Bro.
Mr. Jackpot with the flush draw going to be making the call. Looking for a king. Can also get a 10 for a better 2 pair. Instead, it's going to be an ace. Backdoor flush draw gets there. No reason for Chubbs to bluff, as he does have some showdown value. And he will take his showdown value of the 5 and win the $132 pot.
I know.
Nah, I'm messing with you.
Neta que no es mi game, a ver.
We can't even see it on our phones.
Dude, you remind me of my buddy. When I was just a kid.
There's the VPIP. You can see we have played 70 hands tonight. So Mike just took seat 6. He's played 1 hand. He's at 100%. Chubbs was late to sit down. But it looks like both Mike is going to be straddling, and Chubbs will put on the double straddle. Nuno in at almost 50%. UB in at 47%. Ruben at the very bottom, 24%. Basically anything more than 20% when you're playing on a stream is a good number. Nuno with the suited connectors, the 5-3, will call the $12 button straddle. Sixes for Mr. Jackpot. Just makes the call. The queen deuce for Mike was the initial straddle for $6, calls the other 6, and Chubbs will check his option. So 6 is pretty far out in front right now, and 6 is right on the flop. Hoping somebody has an ace here, but we can see nobody does. Mike turning a 2. Makes the quick fold. Nuno turning a straight draw. Double gutter. Needs a 4. Needs a 7. No, just a 4 works. And everybody's going to be folding.
Oh, they're fucking up. Oh, shit.
Pre-flop raising.
What's up? A minute to go. A minute 40 to go. Bro,
Chubbs leading the way in that department.
Big parlay.
River Rat in at 1%, so he has raised. He has been the pre-flop raiser at least once tonight. Both Ruben and Mr. Jackpot in at 2 and 3% respectively.
I'm gonna hit a flush against like a fighter over there soon.
And Chubbs put on the double straddle last hand, so he will put on the under the gun straddle this hand. Nuno with the 10-9 of hearts will probably play it. It is a pretty hand, but he is under the gun. El Gallo just making the call. River Rat making the fold. Newbie taking the 3 deuce. Raising it up here to 25. Chubbs with the 10s. And Chubbs will be putting on the 3 bet here. Looks like exactly $100. Make that 95. So you can see Nuno started the hand with $200, and this is basically going to be half his stack, and that's what he realizes right now. That's why I thought it might have been a fold under the gun. Don't get me wrong, it is a pretty hand, but you are under the gun. So 6 of hearts did get exposed, and you be messing around with the 3 deuce will finally make the fold. So we do run the free roll back on Sunday at 4 p.m. It's a 20K starting stack, 20-minute levels, $2,000 prize pool guaranteed.
You know what, dude? Everyone can say, I hope you lose.
No straddles this hand. Action on Nuno under the gun. Has the computer hand.
Bro, you're up by 20 with less than a minute.
He's up by 2. He's at 2. God bless Will.
No, it's okay.
I didn't mean that.
I have a monthly budget for losing money.
I thought you said 10. Like, I was like,
Queen 10 for Don Richard just makes the call.
Yeah,
What's in the ATV? What's
River Rat making the call with the ace. Mr. Jackpot playing his button. Mike with the king 9, and Chubbs making it $25 more with blackjack.
Oh, 500. Just the 500. No, they're not. No, you gotta keep going.
So Chubbs punishing the limpers.
Oh, it's coming up.
And Mr. Jackpot will make the call on the button.
Keep going. It'll stay there on the left.
It's 274.
You know that for sure? Oh, there it is.
I was at 600. I was at 600.
And Mr. Jackpot gonna flop a bottom pair. Chubbs slows down with the ace jack. See what Chubbs does here on the turn.
I do this, man.
Looks like it's gonna go check, check again. The 9 coming on the river. And Chubbs knows that all of those cards are Mr. Jackpot's range. So he will check it down.
If you win green, you go all in blind.
As I said earlier, this is the opening night of NBA, or opening night part 2. The games did start yesterday, and all the teams that didn't play yesterday, they're playing today. So pretty much opening night 2.0 taking place right now. And it seems like a lot of these players at the tables are pretty excited about the NBA season started.
You're sure?
Yeah, Charlotte just popped the 3.
No, I think it's the Hornets.
Oh, they just popped the 3. Rockets got the ball.
No straddle.
Hornets made it 2, right?
El Gallo under the gun, 3-2 into the muck. Mr. Jackpot raising it up with his ace 10. Looks like 18.
I love it when you're like covering your face, Mike. I like to see your beautiful lips.
Oh, ace king for Nuno puts on the 3-bet.
Oh, yeah, Matt.
Takes it up to 80.
Man, I'm up. I might be up to 2K right now. Just sitting down.
Oh, they do have the ball, bro.
Oh, you're going to call me for real?
So we are going heads up to the flop here. You can see it's basically 66 to 33. So 2 out of 3 times, Nuno should win this hand. And really small flop. Nuno pretty much just going with his hand. Pretty much bet half his stack pre-flop, and was pretty much gonna bet whatever came on the flop. He was gonna bet the rest of his chips. He was not gonna be folding ace king of hearts.
90% from the free throw line.
Some backdoor draws for Mr. Jackpot, but I think $102 is too much to pay for those backdoor draws. He might think differently. Oh, he does think differently. So Mr. Jackpot looking to go runner, runner. A 10 is actually immediate out. Oh, the 10 on the turn. And the 4-card straight coming, and Nuno is going to be in disbelief here.
All right, this was only worth 1,800.
So we'll see if Nuno rebuys. We have about half an hour left on tonight's stream. That's actually going on right now. Meetup game. This is going on. That's going on in Austin right now. But we are 4 hours and 20 minutes south of Austin, South Texas, Rio Grande Valley, the area down here. The biggest city in the area is Brownsville. The biggest city in this county is McAllen. And it looks like we're just going to have one big blind. There's also South Padre Island down here, right across the bay from South Padre Island. Boca Chica Beach which is where SpaceX is located.
Rabbit, you gonna get it right?
Also the city of Mission down here. A lot of citrus coming out of the city of Mission. It's also the birthplace of Tom Landry. And yeah, I think that's going to do it for Nuno, as we have about half an hour left in tonight's stream. He's going to say no mas. So 7 high flop coming, Don Richard with that 7, and he's going to lead. Chubbs with the deuce. Looks like he's going to be calling. River Rat looks like he's going to be calling too. It's like the 3rd or 4th time tonight we see River Rat pretty much float with air. And Chubbs knows that Don Richard has at least the 7, so he's going to put in a raise here. It's a small raise. Wants to bring in both players. Basically a min raise here. And now River Rat is thinking to himself, why did I call here with king high? He's pretty much getting priced in. It was a $37 bet, a $43 raise, basically a min raise. And like I said, he's pretty much getting priced in here. One of the reasons why you shouldn't float multi-ways, and this is one of those reasons. So when you call with nothing, you're floating, and that's fine to do if you're heads up in position or just heads up in general. When you're multi-way here, you basically have to outdraw 2 players. River Rat does not want to hit a king or a queen. Don Richard doesn't want to hit a 7 or a jack. Let's see what Chubbs does here. He's going to put out another small bet. Bet an 80 once again. His 5 is actually a bad card, as now the 7 is no longer good. River Rat should be folding here. Oh, Don Richard raising. He's cutting out raisin chips, trying to get a reaction from Chubbs. And whatever he puts out, he's not going to get back. And yes, indeed, he is raising. Should be a quick fold from River Rat. I guess King Queen is his favorite hand because he doesn't want to let it go. And Chubbs is pretty much going to go all in here. And Don Richard actually picked up more out. So a 5 will give him a better full house, or a 7 will also give him a full house. So 7 or a 5, but it is an ace. And Chubbs will get the double up. His 2nd time doubling up tonight, doubled up earlier against El Gallo, and then took a big hit.
What's the high hat?
And this is a full house, so it does qualify for the football squares. They will call the floor over. And don't forget about the play 1 hour, get 3 hours for free. So if you like to play poker before noon, wake up in the morning and looking for some action, you can come to the Texas Card House, as doors open at 9 a.m. every day. Doors open at 9 a.m. every day. Play 1 hour, get 3 for free before noon, before 12 noon. So Mr. Jackpot now in the lead on who's winning the most thus far, but Chubbs is up over $500. Newbie also up over $500. And Gallo in the green. Don Richard in the green. Ruben in the green. And just 2 players right now in the red. We did have 3 players earlier who played on the stream and did not win, which is why the numbers do not add up.
Bro, you know what shit of that? It's crazy how there's a football player that played amazing in college and he had an NFL career because he starter, but he lives based off his college careers. Vince Young. Vince Young. Yeah. Like he was a starter, and they don't talk about his NFL career.
So Don Richard taking a hit the last hand, going to immediately raise this hand with a suited king. River Rat makes the call with the ace-4 of hearts. Quick fold for Mr. Jackpot as his hearts were dominated. And the straddler, El Gallo, with the suited queen, will call the $19. It is a $29 raise.
They just probably thought it was coincidence that
An ace for River Rat, a queen for El Gallo, but River Rat is going to take the lead here with a small bet of 25. El Gallo with second pair with some backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draw, going to flick in the call. Don Richard, your initial raiser, will make the fold, and we are going heads up to a turn of an ace. Keep in mind, high hand is in effect. So River Rat might check here because of the high hand. If he puts out another small bet, El Gallo might call, but this does not look like a small bet. It's basically all in. And El Gallo makes the quick fold. Up to hand 75. I believe I said earlier the over-under was 86 at the beginning of the stream. So we're at hand 75 right now. Here's the VPIP. $10 button straddle coming from Ruben. Action's going to be on Don Richard. Richard with $1 out there, but he will make the call. 10 total. Mr. Jackpot, king, queen suited. Should probably be raising here, but like I said, he tries to see a lot of flops, tries to hit a lot of high hands, and he does hit an above average amount of high hands. And like I said earlier, this is one of the reasons why, where he has hands where he probably should be raising pre-flop or playing a little bit faster, he does play them a lot slower, trying to hit a high hand. No surprise, Mr. Jackpot calls. And that's going to bring along Chubbs. Every player has the other player dominated. King, queen having the king, jack dominated, and the king, jack having the jack, 8 dominated. The jack, 8 is in terrible shape right now, as the spades are also dominated. And it's going to come 2 aces. And it looks like we have somebody take in seat 8 there with the polo hat and the polo shirt. Pretty sure that was a Nicki Minaj song, right? Super bass. This one's for the boys in the polos. So king high is going to be good here. King queen is going to be good. El Gallo thinking about bluffing, but he's going to check.
No. At least you're nice about it instead of saying the king.
So $143 pot going to Mr. Jackpot. And let's see who is in seat number 8. So it looks like it's going to be Ricky. So we got his name, and now they are figuring out his stack size. 618, so they will put it into the system here, and we will see Ricky. There he is. So Ricky, which rhymes with Nikki. And we have a $10 button straddle being put on by Don Richard. Suited 9-8 for Mr. Jackpot. He makes the call. Queen 7, the computer hand for Mike. And let's see what Ricky has on his first hand. It is an 8-6. He's going to be making the call. So we're going 4 ways to a flop. $44 in the middle. And it's going to come queen high, top 2 pair for Mike. Ricky with a gut shot needing a 5. Mr. Jackpot with a flush draw needing a spade.
It can get a little confusing because of the double, the two channels we have.
So top 2 pair for Mike. Mr. Jackpot's still looking for his flush.
He hit the parlay.
Let's see if Mike sizes it up here. And he does. $86 in the pot. And it looks like he's going to be betting 65.
They're up 2 with 1 minute left.
But it sounds like 2-10.
How? You're not even drunk.
So pretty big size in here, but Mr. Jackpot's still going to call with his flush draw. We can see he has 4 spades in the deck. And that was black, but it is a queen. So a full house for Mike. Let's see if Mike does show his hand for the football square. You can see the floor is behind him. So if he does indeed hit the football square, it'll be pretty quick to fill out the football square. And of course, the floor leaving right when I say that.
I don't know.
High?
Sometimes I get as high as like 67.
Or maybe you stack your greens in 75? I'd really. I think we're doing things like, what is he doing?
So Mike betting once again with his full house. Let's see if he wants a football square. You do have to show the full house. Even though we see it on stream, the dealer has to see it in real time. So Mr. Jackpot really just putting on a little show here, never calling with the 9 high.
I'm like, I have to do the math in my head. I'm like, so 8 of them. My wife, what? They fucked me up a little bit.
You can't figure it out, so you just give up.
With my wife.
Well, they seem like that because I couldn't figure out.
Oh, he makes the call. I'm guessing he has an ace. Maybe something reading wrong.
Can you say something?
Yeah, because he's not calling there with 9 high. And he's going to get a football square, but maybe something on the card reader picking up wrong, because you could raise there with 9 high, but you can't call with 9 high there.
What you call that?
So Mike will get a football square for this Sunday night's game. The jackpot starts at $1,000 and goes up for every quarter that does not get hit. A lot of people like the 7-7 number, or the 7-0, or the 7-3. Me personally, I like the 0-0 number, because you're starting off winning. If the teams don't score the first quarter, you win. If each team scores a touchdown and a field goal, you win. So I'm pretty sure the card reader picked up something wrong on Mr. Jackpot's hand there. So Ricky making the call with Jack high here.
he'll catch it. Hey, that lady came with the grapes. You know, lady? Honestly, I thought you were better. Can you let me have it?
So actually, I've just been told we actually expanded the football squares, as it'll be 3 nights a week now as opposed to just the Sunday night. So there's going to be a Thursday night, a Sunday night, and a Monday night game. So we did expand the football squares. I don't know what the payout's going to be on those football squares, but I have been told that the football squares have been expanded. So Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night. So Ricky flopping open-ended, River Rat flopping top pair with a gut shot, and it's going to be a queen on the turn. Newbie flopping bottom pair and open-ended. And El Gallo actually has the best hand right now with the 6. Ricky lets his open-ender go. El Gallo thinking about it with top pair. Will make the call. Newbie with bottom pair. Going to be making the call. Bottom pair and open-ended. Newbie cannot hit a 7. Needs to hit a deuce, a 4, or a 3. And El Gallo going to turn. Excuse me, El Gallo going to river top 2 pair. And River Rat going to bluff here. El Gallo hitting 2 pair. I don't think this bluff is going to work. You can see there was $328 and River Rat betting $100. The tricky thing is El Gallo does have Newbie left to act behind him. If he was the last player to act here, I think he would be calling. I still think he's going to call. But as you can see, he is thinking about it. And he is making the raise. Hoping his opponent has 2 pair as he rivered kings up, kings and 6s. So River Rat with it showing $171 left in his stack, which is probably about right because there's some greens in there. We do have probably about another 15 minutes to go on the stream, 15, 20 minutes to go on the stream. So normally I would think he would fold here, but he just might call it off since the stream is getting ready to end. Now, a lot of times these players continue to play after the stream, but we only stream for 4 hours. We only stream for 4 hours, but it looks like he's going to conserve his chips. So nice hand for El Gallo. Like to give a shout out to some of the crew here at the Texas Card House. We got Enrique, Kike, normally sometimes deals the stream, just dealing the normal tables. We also got Bob, and we got Chow. So some of the dealers here at the Texas Card House, not dealing the stream, but are working tonight. Ricky with the Jack 7 of clubs making the call, and Ruben looks like he's going to be raising here with the ace queen. Raises it up to 40. Seems like Ricky likes to see flops, as I believe he has 100% VPIP. I mean, granted, it's less than 5 hands, but I believe his VPIP's in at 100%. And Ricky flopping a straight draw. The ace queen still out in front right now, as he also has a straight draw. Gonna be hard for Ricky to continue here. He is double gutted, but there are 2 diamonds on the board, and he will let his hand go. Raise first in? No, the aggression frequency. Chubbs has played 37 hands, and his aggression frequency is at 37%. Don Richard has played 28 hands, and his aggression frequency is 27%. Ricky, who just sat down, looks like he's played 3 hands, and he's in at 0%. His VPIP's 100%, though.
I don't know. I just leave it 1-3. It's a little bit too complicated, the 1-3-6.
I think somebody's cards might not have got scanned. There we go. Sometimes the computer needs to catch up, so the dealer will just pause real quick as the computer catches up. And we have River Rat with the King Jack off, just calling the 3, as does Mr. Jackpot. Everybody with the 3. And it is Mike hitting bottom pair. Open-ended for River Rat. And River Rat's going to hit his open-ender on the river. And he will go all in, a snap fold for Mike. All right, production crew just coming in the announcing booth here, letting me know what the last hand is going to be. And I will not spoil it for you, but I have mentioned the number of what I thought the number would be. I mentioned it twice tonight, and I was right on the mark. All right, so no straddle. All right, so he did announce the straddle. He has not looked at his cards. We can't verify with the instant replay. King 10 of spades for Mike. Just makes the call. El Gallo with the 7-5. Should be checking here, and does. So we'll go heads up to a flop. And El Gallo betting $20 in the dark. Mike calling with his gut shot. Also has the best hand. And now El Gallo's just going to give up. Mike showing him that he did have the best hand, though. Pre-flop raising. Ricky and Mike, the last 2 players to sit down, they're at 0%. River Rat at 1%. And Mr. Jackpot and Ruben in at 4%. $10 button straddle announced. So action will be on the small blind. And looks like a card did flip over. So this is a little bit different. on the stream. So normally if a card flips over, there is a procedure which I'm sure most players are aware of. And we do not use that procedure on the stream table. It is just a misdeal. And the reason why is because of the action tracker. The way the computer software works, it'll scan whatever that card that got exposed, and when that card gets replaced, there's no way to replace that card in the software. So just to make things easier for the viewer, we will just do a quick misdeal and reset it, and Ricky is going to be folding. El Gallo. Also makes the fold. Ruben with the suited connectors, the 6-4. Don Richard with the suited ace takes it up to 25, gets an immediate call from Newbie, whose diamonds are dominated. Pocket tens for Mr. Jackpot. Probably should be 3-betting here, but like I said, he does see a lot of flops. He goes to showdown a lot. He's trying to hit high hands. He's trying to get football squares. And the flop's going to come 9 high. Don Richard hidden middle pair. Newbie hidden top pair. Mr. Jackpot with the best hand right now. And he's just going to call. Bottom pair for Ruben. Getting a real good price, and he's going to make the call. So 4 ways to a turn we go. Ruben looking for a 4. Instead, it's going to be a king. 2 spades on the board, nobody with spades. And it's probably going to slow down here. And it goes check around. 5 coming on the river. Pocket tens still the best hand. $229 in the middle. Don Richard checking to see if he hit 2 pair. And Mr. Jackpot immediately rolls over his tens, and that's going to be good for the $229 pot. So Mr. Jackpot up over $800. El Gallo in up over $500. Chubbs with the Levi 501 jeans. Newbie 423. Mike, who's not on his seat right now, 190. He's up 190. Don Richard 155. Ruben 49. Ricky down about 100. River Rat down over 400. And action's going to be on Don Richard. He's under the gun, and he's making the fold. Newbie raising it up to 20. Or is it 15? It's 10. 10, T-I-N, 10. Queen Jack offsuit. Looks like it's going to price in Ruben from the big blind to make the call with his 5-3. 4 ways we go, and it's going to come ace high. Nobody with an ace. Ruben hit in a 3, Chubbs hit in a 7. And Chubb's going to bet a 7. $30. So just under a pot size bet, 30 into 40. Over a 2/3 size pot bet. River Rat thinking about floating, and he will. And here comes the river. There is an 8 on the turn, so that is not an ace. There is an 8 on the turn. And I don't know what the river is, but I'm guessing it's a king or a 10. And it is a 10. So River Rat hidden the river. It's like the third time he's done this tonight. Pretty much called with nothing. He called with king high. And he hits a 10 on the river. And Chubbs can't figure out what he has. So he might pay the $35 to see. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to do. He can't figure out what he has. So he's paying for information here. And he's going to see that the River Rat hit a 10 on the river. Couple more hands to go on tonight's stream. Probably about the third time that I've mentioned this. If you're still not subscribed to this channel, make sure you take care of that. This is the secondary YouTube channel. The main channel is TCH Live, has over 55,000 subscribers. This channel, Texas Card House, 3 different words, with less than 3,000 subscribers.
Hey, your hourly rate's gonna go down, man. None of these high-ends coming out.
So Ray's first in. Just saw that stat flash by us. Don Richard with the suited ace makes the call. And Mike making the call. El Gallo checking his option with the ace. So 2 players with an ace, 2 players with a king, 2 players with a deuce, and it's going to come queen high. 3 players with a deuce. 1 player with a 7, and of course that's the 7 that hits. Looks like Don Richard bet. And he's going to take it down. So his hand did not flash up, but I'm guessing he had a queen. Let's see if it flashes up. Nope. You can see this was filmed at 10:02 Central Time.
Block out Willie.
El Gallo leaving a couple of hands early. So the number I said earlier, my prediction, the over-under was 86, and we are playing exactly 86 hands tonight. So this next hand coming up is going to be the last hand of the night. Would like to thank everybody who joined us. The next time we are streaming from this location is going to be on Friday, and it's going to be on the main channel, which of course is TCH Live. And just to let you know that right after we're done with this stream, Texas Card House, Austin TCH Social, they are actually streaming right now on the main channel. It is the meetup game. So we are exactly 4 hours into tonight's stream. But if you are still interested in some poker, it is the meetup game going on right now on the main channel, TCH Live. You have Greg Raymer, 2004 main event champion. Fireman Scott from the Houston area, bracelet winner. You got Wolfgang Poker, who has the most subscribers, vlogger, who's the biggest vlogger. So they're streaming over on the main channel. That's TCH Live. So if you still want to see some more poker, we got you taken care of, as this is the last hand of the night from Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. As I said, our next stream is going to be taking place on Friday. It's going to be on the main channel, TCH Live. And TCH Live right now is streaming the meetup game featuring Greg Raymer, the Fossil Man, Fireman Scott, bracelet winner from Houston, and Wolfgang Poker, who has the most subscribers, poker vlogger with the most subscribers on YouTube. Does a lot of shorts, I know. Yeah, so they're just letting the players know that this is going to be the last hand that comes out on stream, and it looks like Ricky is going to win it. 6 is good for Ricky. So I know he showed up late, but we did see him win on stream. There you go, Ricky. So once again, that wraps things up for tonight. If you still want to watch some poker from the Texas Card House, TCH Social, streaming on